Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the hearing sessions of the examination of Telford and Wrekin local plan. There's a number of people here who may not have been to previous sessions, so I shall just explain some housekeeping rules and the way that we will work during the session. So, my name is Mike Ward, and I, along with my colleague, Ms. Catherine Carpenter, have been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination into the Telford and Wrekin local plan. We just want to explain some of the housekeeping rules, just so that you know that if there is a fire alarm, then the way out is through the door, just straight opposite me, and down the stairs to go outside. We did have a unintended practice on Tuesday, so we do know that door works, it's open. Toilets are out there, and just to say that participants, please use your microphone while you're speaking, but the microphones are not for amplification, they're only to record your voice on the recording that's been made by the council of the session. So please speak up, and if anybody who's not at the table cannot hear, then please let us know. Please come forward if you can't hear, and if you still can't hear, please let us know. It's worked generally okay over the last 2 days, but still we might need to be reminded to speak up. So if you can't hear, just say. Today's session relates to matter 5 of the hearing programme, and that relates to allocations. And today we're dealing with issue 1. Issue 2, which deals with the sustainable communities, that will be held on Tuesday. So we're not going to deal with anything to do with sustainable communities today. We're just going to deal with the 4 questions that we've asked in relation to issue 1. Mr. Carpenter will deal with question 46, which relates to employment allocations, and then I will deal with question 43, 44 and 45, but Ms. Carpenter will also come in and ask some questions on those matters, those issues. So before we start, I'll turn to Mr. Humphreys to ask if there's anything that he wants to bring to our attention. We do want to raise the document that you've submitted to us, which has now been placed on the website. We've got some questions around that.
Well, there is nothing in addition to that. That was the only thing to confirm for the benefit of everybody, that we have sent you that last night as per the requests for information.
Okay, yes, so thank you for that, and we do have a few questions. So just for the benefit of everyone in the room, that document, and there's an appended map, are up on the examination website in the library under the section documents submitted during the hearing sessions, references HD02 and HD02A. So they're there for the benefit of people to see. Could I perhaps start by asking you to just talk us through what you're saying in that document, and then I'll come back to some questions. Before you do, maybe just as a reminder, or just to set the context for those who weren't here before, the question had come up about references in the plan and in evidence to site allocations being carried forward from the current adopted plan into the plan that's under examination. And we had raised the question about where are they in the plan. So we'd asked the council to prepare a note, and this is the note that we've now received. So sorry, Mr. Humphreys, over to you.
No, thank you very much. So the short answer is they're in the policies map. So they're all shown on there. They're not labelled as carried forward allocations. They're just on there as allocations, as any other allocations are. And so the relevant sites are listed in the note we've sent to you. So there's one housing site and the remainder are employment sites. And just for clarity, all of the employment sites actually benefit from a consent under the new towns legislation, but don't benefit from Town and Country Planning Act 1990 planning consents. So their planning status is slightly different to a blank site, but they're carried forward as employment allocations in this plan. It's been made clear throughout the plan-making process that there was a proposal to carry forward allocations, and we provided in the note that we've sent various references to documents where that was made clear at the different stages of the plan-making process. Those sites were also, those sites were obviously assessed themselves for suitability at the previous plan and wouldn't have been put in the plan if they weren't found sound at that stage. They've also been assessed as part of the IIA work for this plan, in essence as committed growth. Even though they don't have expressed 1990 Act planning permissions, they form part of the committed growth that has been assessed as existing allocations. Given the nature of the sites, none of them are ones that require specific policies, for example, by relation to detailed criteria for a master plan or anything of that nature, or specific infrastructure requirements. And so there are no special policies for them in the plan. They would just be determined in accordance with the relevant development management policies of the plan we're proposing as allocated sites. And so off the back of all of that, they're in the plan, they're shown in the map, or the plan attached to the map, sorry, the other way around, the map attached to the plan, and they have been assessed throughout the process, and it's been made clear throughout the process that they are to be carried forward.
Thanks for that explanation. I mean, for clarity, it is in fact it's the plan that we are examining. Technically, it's not the policies map. Would you agree?
Well, the policies map shows, I mean, it's an integral part of the plan. It shows where allocated sites are, for example, where the boundaries of designations are. It is an integral part of the plan and forms part of the plan.
Okay. I mean, noted. So just on that. So I think in the note there's a reference to the sites being shown, because of course there are two versions of the policies map. There's the publication version, which I think is reference CD02, and then there's what's being referred to as the submission version, which includes some proposed changes to the policies map, which is another document. We did actually check this earlier, and yes, certainly we can see that they are in fact labelled as carried forward employment sites and carried forward housing site on the publication version policies map, which is the version that goes with the version of the plan that we are examining, i.e. doesn't encompass any suggested changes. So that's helpful. There is a question about how easy it is to identify them, and Mr. Warden will come back on that in a bit, but there's just a few other things I wanted to go through. However, there's still a question about how a user of the plan, the development plan document, which ultimately would be this document once adopted, because the policies map isn't a development plan document. There is a question about references to the carried forward allocations ultimately within the plan, as would be adopted. We talked yesterday about, so in terms of the employment allocations, the so-called carried forward ones, we talked yesterday about including a reference or a way of amending, potentially a way of amending some wording in policy S3 that would include a reference to them. So I suppose there's that aspect in terms of there being a hook in policy. But our concern is that they still wouldn't actually be listed in the plan. So I suppose putting the question back to yourselves, would a modification be necessary in order to actually include a list of these carried forward allocations, perhaps in a similar format to the new allocations that are indeed listed in an appendix?
Yeah, sorry, just in terms of the policies map and its status, if you look at the submission, the plan that you are examining, so the one...
The publication version, yeah.
At page, PDF 12 or page 3 of that, you have the paragraphs which address the status of the policies map. Which says the Council is required to prepare a policies map to show the location of policy designations, the site allocations, and the site allocations which will come forward during the plan period. So I appreciate that doesn't list then what the site allocations are, but is forming anybody using the plan that the site allocations are shown in the policies map, and you have to read the policies map and the plan together, because the policies map is an integral part of the plan, because it's what physically shows where and what everything is. So whether or not for clarity there is a need for something else that says in terms these site allocations include, and then lists the site references and distinguishes in some way between those that are carried forward and those that are proposed newly through this plan-making process. We obviously don't have an objection to putting something like that in, and if you think that's necessary, we're happy to do so. Reasonably comfortable that the information is already there, but if you think for clarity's sake that's beneficial, and we're happy to add that.
We do think, I think, that for clarity's sake that would be beneficial. And then there would at least be an equivalence between the proposed new allocations, which are listed, which are numbered and listed in an appendix. I think for completeness and clarity, yes, and for the avoidance of doubt. So yes, if that could be added to the list of actions to be considered, thank you. Another question. So in your note, which is helpful.
Apologies, can I, just in terms of that, just thinking about, were you thinking, so we have the appendix at the moment which lists all the allocations and
yes.
the employment allocations and the mixed use allocations. Would you want them to be added to the existing relevant lists, or have a sort of freestanding, these are rolled forward allocations, or does it really matter?
Oh, I'm still on. I mean, I think we'd reflect on that. I think if we could give that back to you to think about what would be most helpful. I mean, it's really a question of once they're in the plan, does it matter whether they've been carried forward or not, if you see what I mean? So I think we'll leave that with you to consider what you think would be the most appropriate format. But I think yes, for completeness, it would be helpful to have them listed as well. I mean, not least because the one housing one obviously will be an important part of the trajectory as well.
Understood.
Yeah. Right. So another question. So the note in the note you list the employment allocations, or you provide a list of some existing employment allocations that you're saying is the list of those that would be carried forward, which is not the same as the list in document TW3, which is the updated employment land topic paper where you have set out the sources of employment land supply. And I just want to get to the bottom of this. I appreciate you've made the point about these ones in your new paper, HDO2, are the ones that benefit from the new town's consent, as I understand it. But that still doesn't quite, I suppose, help me understand the difference between that list and the... So this is sort of going back to the point about the sources of employment land supply, but it's just understanding which list we're talking about. From TW03, I had understood that the full list of 14, so this is TW03, pages 17 and 18, there are 14 so-called existing carried forward employment sites listed there with, and there's a bit of information about their sort of status in terms of whether any development has yet been completed on those sites, and some have none and some have some partial completion, but as I understood it was suggested would still be carried forward because still needs to be allocated because there's still development capacity on that site. And then the paper sets out how that set of 14 sites amounts to employment land capacity separate from the capacity, separate from completions, which have been sort of separated out. Employment land capacity from existing allocations of 58 hectares. But then when I turn to this list in HDO2, I see 2, 4, 6, 7 employment allocations, obviously with summing to a different capacity. So that takes me back to being a bit confused about how many sites have been carried forward and how much employment land capacity the plan is planning for from that source of supply. Does that make sense?
Yes, so this is the point we've tried to explain at paragraph 3 underneath the table in our note, and that there is a lack of clarity that stems from the language in TW03, because as you point out at paragraph 6.12, that refers to employment allocations carried forward to the emerging local plan, and only part of that list is then in this document that we've submitted to you. Why we've not put in this document the full list of sites that you see in that section of TW03, because the ones we've not put in this list, they now benefit from planning permission. So they've got express grants of planning permission. Some of them are already being built out, so there is already development happening pursuant to those planning permissions. Some, I don't think development has started, but they obviously benefit from planning permission and therefore are coming forward. And so what we've done here is distinguish between the existing allocations which benefit from an express grant of planning permission and so are included in our supply of sites and were allocations in the previous plan, and then those which don't benefit from an express grant of planning permission and so are rolled forward as a pure allocation where no consent has yet to be secured.
Okay, so just to confirm, if I've understood correctly, that those that benefit from express permission, you're saying don't need to have an allocation at all because they benefit from an express permission, right?
Correct.
Even though they were allocated in the current adopted plan and benefited from that allocation at that stage anyway.
Yeah, they've now in the formal part of the allocation that they've benefited from being allocated by securing planning permission, and they're now, some of them, like I say, are already delivering and are being developed pursuant to those planning permissions. So you'll see in the table you looked at, as you pointed out yourself, some of them are already have got figures next to them of what has already been built, others don't, and so they're in the supply as commitments rather than as merely allocations because they've got planning permission.
Okay, that's helpful. That, I think, brings me to adding further to an existing action that we logged yesterday around an update to TW03 because when I try and map this against this, I go back to being confused still because the table that sets out the sources of employment land supply doesn't make that distinction between. It actually suggests that there are going to be 14 carry forward allocations, which it sounds like there isn't.
No,
So,
well, yeah, and that's what we'd endeavoured to explain
Yes.
in this note, but
Yes.
fully accept the point that if
Yes.
you look at TW03 in isolation,
Yes.
that is how you would read it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I would agree that adding to our errata, or what we're going to call it in due course for TW03.
Yes, or possibly even just doing another version of it that just includes all the clarity on that point. And I think really what we're talking about is in that table and the associated narrative in TW03 that talks about the different sources of supply. It's kind of like another category, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because actually commitments aren't separated out there.
Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying. And in particular, I think it's this particular category around these sites that benefit from this particular form of permission. It would be just really helpful to set that out so we've got clarity in, because I just want to make sure that ultimately all the figures add up.
Yeah. We can modify that in light of what we've said in this document so that the two read.
Absolutely,
consistently
yes,
with one
yes, and that the totals do actually total up to the right number. That would be very, very helpful. Okay, thank you. Mr. Warden, you were going to raise a point about the policies map and the labelling thereof.
Yes, I think this will be probably become apparent when we go through the sites and allocations, but the does not have site references on it. So it has the designation, but it doesn't have any site references. You've sent through a copy of a policies map which has references on employment, for example. It's got E numbers, but housing, they're not the housing. They are, I think, SLA numbers. In our view, and I think that's probably going to be, that makes it a little bit more difficult when we run through the sites to find out where they are when we're looking at them today. But also, when the plan is adopted, the publication plan doesn't have the site numbers on. And I think that for effectiveness, it should.
Yeah, we can look at that and ensure, in essence, again, there'll be a need here to make sure that the correct numbers, so i.e. those that appear in the appendix to the plan, which lists all the site references, then marry up, are the ones that are used to then provide the labelling that you referred to.
May change, site numbers might not necessarily, as they are now, might not necessarily be that in the adopted version, but they need to be in there. So you can read across between the plan and the policies map.
We have the technology to do that because that's what we did in the map we sent you last night to try illustrate that point. So that makes total sense.
Thanks. So I think that's everything on that for now. So back over to Mr. Warden to start going through the housing allocations.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, apologies, sir. We're just looking at the submission version rather than the publication version of the policies map, and I think that has got the allocation numbers on. So might have already done it, but we can revert to that potentially at the admin session at the end of the day.
Okay, so that suggests that would be a modification.
Yeah, that's with one that we've already proposed. Yeah.
It's just in that context, when when you're thinking about the best format to list the carry forward allocations in the plan, I suppose it does beg the question, it sort of raises the question about numbering and whether the numbering would somehow be sequential with the new allocations, or you just need to think about the numbering of the allocations when they're carried forward. Do they keep their old number, or do they all get renumbered? Does it matter? That's just a thing to think about. Yeah,
that'll be another sweep up.
Indeed. Yep. Thanks.
Would it be too much trouble to print out a copy of the submission plan with the numbers on for us, just for us today? If that...
We might have already got some spares. We'll send someone to have a look.
There should be a hard copy in the examination library, so in the interim you can always use that one and we can get another one printed.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Right, what we're going to do now, we're going to move on to our question 43, which is the site allocations in Appendix 15. And as I say, we're not going to deal with sustainable communities today. We're going to run through housing, then employment, then mixed use, and we're going to run through them in plan order. But before we do that, Mr. Humphreys, I know you've set out a summary in your hearing statement. Is there anything you wish to do by way of introduction to just to outline how the council has approached the site allocations?
So in terms of how we approach the site allocations work, we undertook 2 call for sites processes early on in the local plan preparation stages. As part of that, went out to the market to seek all available land that people had that they wanted to submit to the process. The second process we undertook slightly later on, and colleagues will have the dates for those, was due to COVID. So we were very conscious that during that kind of period, some people weren't able to kind of submit sites, or there might be an issue with that. So we undertook a second call for sites to make sure we'd swept up and given people the opportunity to submit the sites into the local plan making process, and to give us the most flexibility and most kind of supplier sites that we could in terms of looking forward. We undertook a rigorous site allocations process to kind of sift them. We got to a certain point in the process when we got to the draft plan stage, and we went out to consult at that stage with more sites than we possibly needed to deliver the housing and employment numbers. But we got to a point where we felt it was an appropriate jumping off point, if you like, to engage with the public and stakeholders to see what options there were out there and to help us refine those sites. And then after that, we obviously took on board those comments and the commentary that we had from stakeholders in the public and developers and development community, and then further refine the sites to get to the Reg 19 stage. And that's then made into the publication part of the plan, and obviously into the submission version that we've sent and the suggested modifications. So that's kind of a broad overview of the process we've undertaken to reach where we are now, really.
Thank you. If, when we go through this process, if you wish to come in, please put your nameplate onto its end so that we can see you wish to speak. And please, will you also introduce yourself when you first speak? And also, I realise that council have got a team of people who are going to help us today, and would be also helpful. If you speak, you introduce yourselves, explain what your role is. Because you've all got different roles and some different insight to bring to this session. I'm going to use as a reference point really the list in the. We'll come on later with subsequent questions about the policy H01 and whether there's any site-specific requirements for any particular sites that should be set out, and we've got some questions about that, but they're subsequent questions in this session, and we'll start by running through the list in effectively plan order, but I'm going to mainly make reference to the housing allocations. I'm going to deal with housing, this carpenter's going to deal with employment and mixed use, but the housing allocations on the housing delivery sheet that you've produced. So if people have got that to hand, that would be helpful. It would also be helpful for those around the table when we come to a particular site that we hear from you, whether you're a supporter of that site, you can bring some help, some assistance to us about the nature of that site, or whether you have got some concerns about that site, whether you're effectively an objector to that site. So we want to hear from you as we run through. And just to say that as we go through, what we're looking for is the principle of that site being an allocation. We're looking for the yield or the capacity that the council has assumed for the development of that site and why. And we'll be looking for the timescales of which is set out on that delivery sheet, which is in the housing trajectory for deliverability. And we're particularly looking at the 5-year land supply versus the planned period supply. And in that sense, we will be applying the tests of deliverable and developable that are set out in the National Planning Policy Framework to assess whether sites should sit within the 5-year supply. Is that okay? If you're not familiar with the planning process, I realise that might be a bit more difficult to follow, but hopefully as we go through, that will become a little bit clearer to you. So, if we start, so I don't know who will speak on each site for the council, but I'm looking towards Mr. Ashford. But
I think it'll be a bit of a team effort in terms of the sites, and I think obviously colleagues will be able to help where they've got further information about the sites that they can provide. So I think we're going to ask Andy to lead off with Lawley West, if that's okay. Okay, so that's right. We'll go through them. You lead off, explain a little bit, and then we'll come in with questions. Then we'll have a discussion with them. So we are. It is now 10 o'clock. So we expect to have a break about 11. So we'll just keep going, and we'll have a break about 11. Then we'll have a break for lunch later, and then we're just going to plough our way through these sites, and then we'll get to questions, the 2 questions that we've got, which will hopefully tie up some things that might have come out during this session. Is that okay? Thank you. So the first one is Lawley, which is a carried over site, which is one of the ones that we've been talking about, the housing one that we've been talking about. I have a particular question which might be able to answer. I mean, one of the things that I think might be an action from our discussion is us requiring more information about evidence of deliverability. It's allied to the discussion we had yesterday about commitments, which we'll come on to next week, but we've got some questions around that table and the information you've put in, which has been helpful, but it raises some further questions for us so we can be confident about the deliverability of each site, and that that we're satisfied that its yield and its location and its trajectory is as assumed, because that has obviously an outcome on the total
supply and deliverability for the plan period, for the plan. Okay, thank you. If you could just introduce yourself and just briefly introduce the situation in terms of Lawley West, please.
Yes, good morning everybody. My name's Andrew Gittins. I'm the DM Area Manager for Telford and Wrekin Council. I'm a Chartered Town Planner, have been for over 20 years now. Just a very brief introduction, if I may, about the service that we offer. I think you heard yesterday that we're a Platinum Performing Authority. That means we achieve well above the national standards. We determine applications with exceptional speed and high quality decisions with limited number of turnovers at appeal. The way we do this is that we secure additional resource by working with developers to allow us to efficiently process the schemes. This can be from pre-app preferably right through to discharge of conditions. One of the keys is that we're a unitary authority, so we have all of the specialists within the council, but on top of that we have a lot of the specialists within the DM team itself. So there's one manager, so they can organise each specialist to meet the aim of delivering the scheme. And then, as you'll hear in a moment, we've engaged with quite a number of these applications, and we're hoping that we'll be in a position, once we get your report in May, to be able to reassess the amount of weight that we're giving to these schemes, and hopefully we'll be able to attribute them more weight. That's the introduction over. In terms of Lawley West, that's got a resolution to grant an outline consent at committee. So the Section 106 has been negotiated, and it's just with the applicant to sign off.
I'll come to you in a minute, Mr. Moulton. Thank you. So, Mr. Dickens, so you said that it's got a resolution to grant. In the table on evidence of deliverability, you're saying that planning permission is therefore expected imminently. And the resolution to grant was July 2025. What is the delay?
My friends in Homes England won't thank me for this, but as you'll appreciate, there's effectively three parties. There's the council, the council, the applicants, and Homes England, who are the landowner. So that's the reason it's taken, because it has to go through, as you know, Homes England. Once it's got council approval, it has to go through Homes England boards to get sign off for the Section 106.
So it's waiting Homes England to sign off the Section 106?
Yes, yeah. They've obviously been privy to because we took the application to committee in July, so they've known what the contributions were. We gave a draft report in July, so they know what the contributions are, but it's just working through their board.
So it's down for a total dwellings of 250.
Yep.
And you're expecting all of that to be delivered within the first 5 years of the plan?
Yeah, we've put 10 dwellings from the year 2026, so up to 27, and then obviously the rate increasing after that.
So is the application that is expected to be granted imminently, is that a full application?
Yes, it's an outline application, so we'd expect the reserve matters. But just going back to what I was saying previously about the PPAs, obviously it's the 13-week turnaround for reserve matters, but we could turn it around quicker than that with a planning performance agreement, particularly as it's already got outline and a lot of the details have been shown there.
So it's an outline application that's expected to be granted imminently, not a full application.
An outline imminently, yes. It's been through the Homes England board. I think we're expecting the sign off within the next 2 weeks, probably.
So the outline application to be given permission,
Yeah,
then there'll be reserved matters,
yeah.
for which you're saying there'll be a 12-week turnaround on those reserved matters.
Yeah, we'll certainly try and exceed the 13-week, better, determine it quicker than the 13-week statutory period.
And you expect 10 houses to be completed, or 10 units to be completed?
Yes, that's correct. So we've assumed a lower number in the first year of completions. I think the other point about the site is it's very well located to the existing urban area of Telford. It's within the current urban boundary, so making the connections and delivering the first phase of the site will be relatively easy compared with other sites that might be a little bit further out.
So I just wonder why you've gone for 10. What's the significance of how have you assumed 10 in 26, 27?
It allows for a bit of, we've been a bit conservative in terms of the numbers in that year to be able to get everything in place to be able to start mobilise and start delivering units.
Is the nature of the site that it's just, what's the nature of the development? Is it, what kind of housing is it?
It would be standard sort of standard kind of housing with affordable housing, obviously, as a contribution towards that. So we'd be expecting a national house builder to be able to kind of take the site forward.
Is there any information that you could give us, not now, but is there any information that would be able to update or supplement your references to deliverability on the housing delivery sheet?
Yes, we can provide further information to support the trajectory. That's no problem.
Mr. Moulton.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Doug Moulton, representing Boningale Developments today. Yeah, my point on this is on the trajectory. Appreciate that it's resolution to grant, but it is outlined. It's been saying that it's been ready to be signed off from July 2025, which is, you know, getting on for 7 months. And then we do have a reserve matters stage to go through. Again, I appreciate the council saying that they will look to accelerate that. But obviously, we don't know, we haven't got any timescales for when the reserve matters will be submitted in the information provided. And, you know, potentially as pre-commencement conditions, what might need to be discharged, depending on the form of the application, what's submitted. Do we know who the house builder is, who's delivering it, or the builder? And then obviously, the lead-in times to deliver 10 units by 26, 27 just looks very over-optimistic. And then obviously that has a push on for the rest of the delivery within the 5-year housing land supply.
Thank you. Do you wish to come back on any of that, Mr. Dickens?
No, I think we made the point we can provide extra information to support the allocation and its place in the trajectory.
Thank you. So we're going to follow the same format to that really as we go through each of the sites. And just looking at the publication, the submission, the reference is HA, not HO.
In the submission version, in the list of allocations, they've been relabeled to HAs rather than HOs. So it's consistent with that other proposed modification.
Is that presumably to distinguish from the policy labels? Is that why?
Yes.
I think there's sort of the general point about the reference of submission, isn't it? That's it's confusing us all from the start and still confusing us today. We understand where you are on it and how we're trying to get our way around it, but it is confusing. Thank you. Okay, right. I'll stick to references on the delivery sheet because it's the references in the publication plan. Okay, so HO1, which is the site at, and this site is also within the 5-year supply, but starting in 4, you suggest. So can you just take us through where you are on that site, please? And I know Ms. Carpenter's got a question that she wants to come back to in relation to that site when you've introduced it. Thank you.
Yeah, so HO1 Longwood Farm, we've assumed in the trajectory it's coming forward towards the end of the 5-year supply period, so it gives plenty of time to bring forward the planning application, mobilise, get on site and start to deliver. So delivery is only 23 units in the first year, is assumed. We've been engaging with the developer on that, so that's their intention to bring that site forward as per that trajectory. We've had discussions with the site owner. It's a vacant site now, so it was a former open composting site, so it's relatively clear in terms of any kind of buildings or facilities on the site. And we've also engaged with them on issues around things like highways, and we've kind of got to the point where we've got agreement about how that could be achieved and how that could be dealt with. So that's been very useful. So from our perspective, there's clear intent from the developer to bring the site forward within the 5-year supply period.
There's no planning application. It says that a future planning application. So when is that application likely to come in, and what would be the nature of that planning application?
One of the things we've done with the, obviously we're going through the allocations process at the minute, so where developers have been keen to put applications in general, what we've said to them is we're waiting until we've got the inspector's initial kind of interim findings before we can start to give weight to allocations in the plan. So we'll be expecting applications to come in, if we're assuming adoption before the end of the year, we'd expect applications to start to come in after we've got the inspector's report or your report to confirm we can give weight to those sites. We can engage further with the developer just to confirm and get written confirmation about their intent to bring forward an application, if that would be helpful.
It could be helpful to have some intention of when that application is going to be submitted. As with all 5-year supply sites, in accordance with the framework, they need to be in a deliverable category. So they should be available now, offer a suitable location for housing now, and be achievable with a realistic prospect that housing will be delivered on a site within 5 years. So what we're looking for is evidence that 23 and 60 will be delivered within the first 5 years of the plan. And at the moment, not knowing about the future planning application, that doesn't particularly help us. So we could do with knowing some more information about that.
Yeah, as Mr. Ashford said, we can liaise with the developer of the site because, as you've heard, we've got long-standing discussions with them have been taking place and get something in writing that sets out the position.
Thank you. And just one on the 83. Just tell me how you got to the 83 as a total capacity of the site.
And sorry, do you mean 83 is the contribution within the 5 years?
No, I mean, the total capacity is 203.
Yes.
That was information provided to us by the developer and landowner, so that's their intention to bring forward those units on the site. So they would have done a capacity assessment of the site themselves.
We have access to the information in the technical papers that you've produced, but that was some time ago. But it's got some information, hasn't it, in relation to some site specific constraints and expectations. But it's kind of where we are now that we're really looking for. Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you. The Environment Agency, in their, I think it's in the Statement of Common Ground, but it's also in their subsequent hearing statement, as a matter that's not fully resolved, have flagged that this site, or at least part of it, I think is within 250 metres of a landfill site, I think. I'm aware that, by the looks of it, in the discussions you've been having with the Environment Agency around potential modifications to help potentially resolve some of their concerns, there's a suggested modification to one of the development management policies, which we will come back to in week 3. But I suppose there's sort of two questions. One is what are the implications of that proximity for the deliverability as shown in the trajectory? Well, let's start with that. Question number 1. Well,
I'll start, and I might just bring my colleague Harriet in just to confirm about the discussions with the Environment Agency. When we looked at this, the site is, we actually double-checked the kind of proximity, and I think if I'm correct, I think it's outside of the 250-metre buffer zone for the landfill site, and the EA have confirmed that has not been an issue.
okay, I'll have to go back and check the documents. I suppose when you provide the additional information, if you could sort of provide confirmation of that, that would be really helpful. I guess my reading of what I thought we'd got where it was at was not that, but obviously if you can provide further information, that would be very helpful. I mean, depending on where that ends up, and I suppose this next point is going to be along the lines that might come up a few times as we go through and will ultimately come back to in the question about site-specific information. In the event that that part of the site, let's say, is within 250 metres of a landfill site, if we just assume that that is the case for now, so I appreciate maybe it's hypothetical, but I think the same point will apply to other points, so it's maybe useful just to sort of work this through. Our question is sort of how will plan users be aware of that?
I think the modification that we've proposed would address that point, and I think that would then allow the plan user to do an appropriate design of the site to make sure that any residential development wasn't within 250 metres of that particular facility. So I think the issue's largely been dealt with.
Appreciate the modification I think we're referring to, which we will come back to under development management policy, is just that. It's a suggested modification to a development management policy, so would provide a mechanism to ensure that that's dealt with. It's not quite what I'm asking. I suppose the point is that there's a bit of quite important site-specific information there, and whilst obviously, you know, no doubt a potential developer would be aware, they're not the only user of the plan. How, as a general point, how would plan users be aware of that particular consideration, which is important, for the various reasons they will be using the plan, not least the triggering of the relevant development management policy. So from a sort of transparency point of view and an effectiveness point of view, it's really just how will a plan user be aware of that, if it turns out that's the case. But as I said, the same point will apply on a couple of other things as well.
Yeah, we can give some consideration to that in terms of a potential suggested further modification, if that's Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to HO2, which is Old Park. Can you just explain? So as you've said at the moment that the site is it benefits from a permission granted in of 2022. So we've got some questions around where is the process up to now? So could you just give us a little bit of background to the site, how you've arrived at the number of units for 200, and then why you've put it in the trajectory that you have, please?
Yep, so that's me, sir. Yes. Yes. We've been, it's a council-owned land, and we've been surcharging it for ground stability reasons since 2016, and then that's the 2022 application that you refer to. That's a variation of the 2016. So the remediation works in that respect are finished now. So it's got benefits from existing access. We confirmed back in 2016 that the development for up to 200 wouldn't be EIA development, and we don't see that there's any overriding constraints to the delivery. And then in respect of the trajectory, we've allocated or suggested that 60 dwellings could be delivered in the year 2028 to 2029 on that basis.
Is that a full consent?
The permissions that have been given to date are for the ground stability. We haven't had an application for the development itself yet. But that's something that we waited, as Mr. Ashford said, a lot of these sites are waiting for your report in May, and then they'd be looking to submit. Sorry, not in May. That was my word.
We're not that good. Well, you've got to. Neither are you.
Sorry, was that a question? Sorry, I missed that.
No, it's just pointing out that.
Sorry.
But no, the report won't be in May because you've got to concentrate
No, please
on the
forgive me.
mods. Yeah. So you've got permission that enables some works to be carried out, but there's no permission for the housing development.
That's right. The works that they've been undertaken since 2016, so they're complete now. So it's in respect of building, it's good to go once they get the permissions. So, that, as you can see, this is a long-standing works. A lot of the background surveys have been undertaken, so that's what I say when it's
Brownfield site.
yes.
So it benefits from access, but no permission for the housing yet, and is there an expectation of when that planning application will be submitted?
Yeah, I think in terms of the submission of a planning application, once we are a bit further down the track in terms of the plan making process, we'd expect the site to be a bit more marketed more fully, and then we'd be looking at planning applications probably within about a 12-month period. I think it's worth to note the location of the site in its proximity to Telford Town Centre. So we've had a similar kind of size site developed to the north of that. That's delivered housing through Wrekin Housing Trust, and the site is very well located in terms of proximity to the highway network. It's going to be a very desirable location in terms of development and proximity to Telford Town Centre, so we don't foresee any problems with the delivery of the site per se.
So there'll be a planning application for the housing development submitted within 12 months, but you've not. Is the council going to engage with the developer and stay with the development during the process? Is the council going to lead that?
Yeah, the council operates on different models, so sometimes where there's a developer that's willing to take the site on and purchase it and deliver it themselves, then that can be, that's desirable. Where the council needs to remain with the site and help support the delivery of the site, we've also done that as well. So we can demonstrate clearly we've got different models of operating and helping to bring forward sites in the borough.
Council is intending to market it and lead that process of sourcing a suitable builder and taking that process forward, and the council's leading.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Can we turn to HO3 now, which is the land south of the Dale at Church Aston? Mr. Milton, you've got your... Oh, sorry, you have, yeah. I'm going to invite the council to... I just had a comment on the last slide. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. No, sorry. Please fire away.
Yeah. So just a few sort of queries on those previous responses, really, on Old Park, because they're saying that it's been remediated, it's council-owned, but they haven't got a development partner in place. They're then going to market it at some point in the future, and there might be an application, but we're not quite sure about the delivery mechanism. And then they've got 60 units per annum going in from 28, 29. So there's just so many unknowns there. And looking at the site selection work, it says multiple mine shafts. So I suppose it's just getting clarification that has that groundworks sorted out the mine shaft issue, ground stability, and does that mean that the overall yield of 180, which is all in the 5-year housing land supply, is that realistic to the site constraints? So again, it's just getting that further clarification really from what's set out in this trajectory to make sure if it is actually fits the test of being deliverable.
Do you want to help me with the point that Mr. Milton's made?
Yeah, so in terms of the site allocations process, we used our in-house geotechnical engineering team to look at and assess the sites as well. So that's been looked at, and they've given their approval to kind of take the site forward. There obviously might need to be some mitigation on the site. It's a very large site, so we've not assumed a very large number of units on the site per se. So there will be areas where we can deliver green space that could be in areas where there's existing geotechnical issues, but also deliver the numbers that we need to deliver. Yeah, all the surveys have taken place, so we know where all of the issues are in terms of the points Mr. Moulton raised.
Okay, thank you. Now we can turn to Church Aston. This is HO3, land south of the Dale, Church Aston, Newport. I'll let the council introduce it. I've got some questions, and then feel free to I'll bring you into the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we've got the full application. We've had it since before in 2025. It's been subject to a planning performance agreement, so it's working its way well. We are, in terms of the technical issues, it will be presented. It's in a position to be presented to committee. Obviously, it's a proposed allocation, so we're looking at the principle. Yeah, so in terms of committee, that'll be after we receive your report. Yeah, so we've got committees scheduled every 6 weeks, so they start in May, mid-May and July, early July, so it could go to either of those or any after, so.
Just let me clarify, and see if I can understand. You said after you've received our report, that here it says following determination anticipated following committee in June to be confirmed. So, is it?
I think we've the committee dates have been rejigged slightly since we drafted this, so I can give you the exact dates, but they're in mid-May and early July, so there isn't one in June. But we're talking of a delay of a couple of weeks between mid-June and early July. So.
Okay, and so this is so the planning application that's in, is that an outline application?
No, it's a full application. Yeah, and that followed a pre-application inquiry as well.
And it's 160 units, 40 of which you expect to be within the 5-year supply.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to jump in on that point. We've assumed at the plan making stage 40 units, but I think Bellway Homes might elaborate on that a bit more as part of the session. But it allows us time to bring things forward. But I'll let Bellway Homes comment on that if they need to.
With the principle of the allocation of the site, can you just explain the justification for the site, principle of the allocation?
The site's well located in proximity to Church Aston and Newport. It forms its close proximity to the principal route network, so the A518, and in between that and Wellington Road, Newport. There's the ability to access and provide access directly onto the A518, which would allow cars to kind of access the route network without going through Church Aston, which is a concern of the parish council and also residents. It provides for additional housing development within the Newport area on a suitable and achievable site. It's within the bypass roads. It's within the A518, so there's no reason to kind of break that barrier, if you like, and have children and anyone else crossing that road. So in terms of its location and suitability, that's an area for growth around Newport and the Church Aston area that's already been there.
Thank you. We have been to the site. I don't know whose hand up was it first? So yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Paul Evans. I'm Vice Chairman of Church Aston Parish Council, and I'm joined by Councillor Andrew Weed. We understand that you've already received Parish Council's response to the Regulation 19 version of the Local Development Plan. Our intention today is to briefly set out the main points of our submission. We would have liked to have done those as part of a written hearing statement, but unfortunately we weren't aware of that at the appropriate time. In doing so, we want to bring in also site HO18. And I think it's beneficial for us to do that jointly rather than going back over the same ground when we get to 18. The reason for this is that both sites are co-located in the same general area, and it seems reasonable if the development of one goes ahead, the development of the other will be part of the overall development. We believe that the development plan's housing allocation process to be unsound, and we have 5 reasons for making that statement. On the first of those reasons, I would like to hand you over to Andrew to go through those first reasons. Andrew?
Right, thank you very much. I'm Andrew Eade, representing Church Aston Parish Council. I would like to present my reasons as to why I believe the housing allocation process within Telford and Wrekin Council is unsound, as my colleague has just said. Firstly, there's been no explanation whatsoever regarding the 100% over provision in Newport's housing allocation, which I believe in itself to be a serious omission and flaw. There is a major inconsistency between the housing growth figure of 175 houses originally allocated for Newport over the planned period, as outlined in section 4.12 of the Development Strategy and Strategic Policies of the publication version of the Local Development Plan, and the 350 houses now allocated for Newport following the site allocation process. This totally unexplained and inconsistent over-provision of doubling the amount of houses allocated for Newport lacks any transparency, and consequently it brings the whole question of the soundness of the development plan making process. Any further housing development in, around or adjacent to Newport is genuinely and simply not sustainable. The community's response to both the Regulation 18 consultation and a following but premature full planning application by Bellway Homes is well over 100 objections that make it very clear that there is a consensus that Newport's social and physical structure is already at full capacity. Consequently, any further housing development is clearly unsustainable without considerable additional infrastructure and investment. In particular, future education and health requirements resulting from the proposed housing allocations in Church Aston are not adequately planned for, and that the Council's draft infrastructure delivery plan of March 2025 does not at all adequately address these particular issues. Furthermore, retrospective changes were unacceptably made to the urban boundary of Newport by Telford and Wrekin Council in order to justify the inclusion of sites HO3 and, as mentioned, HO18 and 13 in the Regulation 19 final pre-submission stage version of the development plan. Somewhat miraculously, site HO3 has been reclassified in the schedule of proposed changes to the policies map from being outside of the Newport built-up area to now being within the built-up area in order to comply with the Council's development plan policies. Once altered, the planning authority, of course, no longer regards the site as lying within the rural area. This convenient about turn and sleight of hand is completely at odds with Telford and Wrekin's own rural area technical paper, within which Church Aston is clearly identified, and I quote, as having a village community. In other words, and quite rightly, Church Aston is distinct from Newport, and the site continues to be referred to as, and I quote once again, immediately adjacent to the urban area of Newport. Additionally, two further housing sites, HO18 and 13, comprising 110 houses, have been identified as late runner sites in Church and Chetwyn Aston, and once again have been much later identified as now lying within the built-up area of Newport. This sudden change of heart by the planning authority, as with Church Aston, was put in place by Telford and Wrekin Council without any consultation whatsoever. This practice is simply unacceptable and disregards any local views or contributions, and I don't believe that is any way for a planning authority to act. Site HO18, consisting of 41 houses, lies adjacent to site HO3, but is effectively landlocked. Consequently, HO18 would require access through site HO3. HO18 is further incorrectly referenced to as being within the parish of Newport, when in fact it actually lies within Church Aston. Mention has been made also of the access onto the A518, which is a very busy trunk road. Telford and Wrekin's own guidance says such a development site should have 2 points of access and egress. That is not possible on this site. A further access egress site has been looked at, which is unacceptable to the Borough Council. So we're putting all the traffic movements on and off that site onto the A518, which I said is already an extremely busy road, and the access point is on a bend. My understanding is that Highways still haven't approved that particular proposal. So with that in mind, I would like to say on that basis that sites HO3, HO18, which comprise about 200 houses, are actually withdrawn from the list of allocating housing sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'd like to bring in a couple of further points which complete our statement, if you don't mind. The first of these is there has been a significant preemption of the statutory planning process. The allocation of site HO3 has been driven by a prospective developer and has not been plan-led. Bellway Homes first submitted a vision document regarding what was then known as Site 472, now HO3, in January 2021, as part of the response to the Council's call for sites, which was subsequently revised in October 2022. In December 2023, the Council published a Regulation 18 draft local development plan for public consultation. In March 2024, Bellway Homes, through its planning agent Marons, submitted a pre-application planning inquiry whilst acknowledging that the proposed site had not been allocated in the Regulation 18 version of the local development plan. This has subsequently been updated through another pre-application planning inquiry in February and March of 2025 and a full planning application in November of 2025. Churchaston Parish Council's contention is that Bellway Homes have preempted the statutory process, rather than the local development plan determining the future pattern of housing development. It should be plan-led growth. The converse has happened with the developer driving the site allocation process. This would again call into question the soundness of the local development plan. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that residents within the parish see this as a done deal, and the actual review process is actually a waste of time. And we are trying to reassure them to have faith in the review process. The second point is the development of the site is contrary to three of the Council's strategic priorities. And the three I want to refer to are as follows. Policy S1 is about protecting and enhancing the borough's green spaces. Site HO3 is Grade 2 agricultural land that has been farmed continuously for generations. It is populated with a significant number of mature and veteran trees and hedgerows. Its development will result in the loss of the majority of those trees. Bellway make a statement in their vision document of January 2021 that, and I quote, "It would be proposed to retain these trees and hedges where possible." They also state at para 1.3 of their hearing statement that the development would be, and again I quote, "without adversely impacting on existing trees and hedgerows and without the removal of veteran trees." Both of these vague state commitments are clearly contradicted and undermined by their statement at para 5 of their planning statement, again prepared by Marons, that accompanied their full application in November 2025. There they state that of the 39 individual trees on the site, and again I quote, "all but 2 of the individual trees are proposed for removal." That is 37 of the 39 established and veteran trees are planned for removal. No amount of offset planting or landscaping in any form of development on this site or HO18 would in any way mitigate against this loss. Policy S5 is about mitigating and adapting to climate change. There are well-documented and unresolved existing drainage issues in Churchaston and on its boundaries due to the lack of a capacity in the existing drainage system and impermeable soil. This is confirmed by the Council's own drainage engineers and Severn Trent's response to Bellway's full application, where they seriously question the capacity of the current system and treatment works to cope with the development of this site. Policy S6 is about healthy, stronger communities. In light of the responses made regarding the Regulation 18 consultation and objections made regarding Bellway's full planning application, development of this site would adversely impact on the local people's mental health and well-being. We note that Bellway, in their Regulation 19 submission, cite that these three strategic priorities align with the suitability of site HO3 for development. We would obviously beg to differ. On the basis of the above, Churchaston Parish Council requests that sites HO3 and HO18, comprising around 200 houses in total, are withdrawn from the list of allocated housing plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Gary Stevens, speaking on behalf of Bellway Homes. If I could deal with those points perhaps in turn, briefly for you, sir. In terms of the provision and the distribution of growth to Newport, whether that was more or less than what it should be, obviously you've heard a lot about that this week already in the strategy session. Higher and lower levels of growth were assessed in the IIA, and I won't go over that again, but the proportion of growth to Newport has been assessed by the council and found an appropriate strategy. In terms of infrastructure capacity and education was referenced, there's no objection to the planning application from the Education Authority. They are just seeking contributions towards improvements to existing schools. In terms of the reference to the change to the settlement boundary, that flows from the allocation of the land, and obviously the draft allocation of the land has been subject to 2 rounds of consultation at Reg 18 and Reg 19 stage. Obviously Churchaston whilst distinct, forms part of the Newport urban area, and that's evidenced on the policies map. In terms of access and access onto the A518, I have to my left the Bellway's highway consultant if you have any questions in that regard, but the access has been designed. It forms part of the obviously detailed application, and there's no in principle objection from the highway authority to that access. In terms of preempting the planning process, as you know, so you're examining these sites to ensure they're deliverable and can meet the 5-year housing land supply requirement that Telford need to demonstrate. Therefore, it's in essence necessary to have oven-ready sites, and this is one of those sites that will contribute towards demonstrating Telford can have a 5-year land supply on adoption. So that's why the application has been made at the time it was made. Obviously, the determination of the application will be dependent upon your conclusions in this process. So, you know, there is no preempting of any decision making in that regard. In terms of green spaces and loss of agricultural land, again, you've heard evidence this week on that, sir. It is inevitable in this country that if we are to tackle the national housing crisis, we are going to need to build on greenfield sites and agricultural land, and that is a consequence of the needs of the country. In respect of veteran trees, the veteran trees on site will be protected. The planning application retains all of the veteran trees. The only 2 trees that are proposed to be removed are category B trees and that details are set out in the application. And similarly, finally, in relation to drainage, again, Bellway's drainage consultant is here today if you have any questions on that matter, sir, but the surface water strategy proposed within the application will result in a betterment in terms of the surface water issues that exist on the site today. And we have no concerns in regard to the ability for Severn Trent to increase capacity to take foul drainage from this site. Just in terms of delivery and trajectory, and Bellway have a more optimistic view than the council in this regard. On the basis that detailed planning permission is granted later in 2026, following your conclusions, and assuming it's granted positively, Bellway would expect to start work in terms of discharging conditions immediately. They would expect to be on site in the monitoring year 27-28 and would expect to deliver all of the 166 dwellings within the 5-year land supply period. That would be through the monitoring years 28-29, 29-30 and 30-31. They expect the site to be completed fully in that time period. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you speak for HO 18 as well? I turn to the council then, please, to pick up the points that have been made from the parish council.
So, numerous points were made regarding the plan-led process, consultation in relation to these sites. What the plan-led process requires is for sites to be submitted to be considered as part of the plan. That is the plan-led process, and that's exactly what has happened here. There has been consultation on the sites that have been put forward at all stages of the plan in accordance with the statutory requirements, and the council are content that that has been a proper and due process for the reasons really we identified already in matter 1 and the responses we gave both to this examination and in writing on the questions raised there. And as has already been indicated on behalf of Bellway Homes, changes of settlement boundaries, again, you have to do that to make allocations. That is how the process works. That is how plans move forward and bring forward new development, and that's an entirely proper thing for them to do. So I don't think we could meaningfully add further in relation to the site specifics. You've already had a comprehensive response on that, and in terms of delivery rates, there's quite a clear indication there for proposal to deliver all of the sites within the plan period, and so the estimate given by the council is somewhat conservative, and I wonder if that is something that we should revisit in light of the representations we've heard and bring forward some of those sites, some of those units into the 5-year supply.
Some more into the 5-year supply?
Yes, well, we've only got 40 in the 5-year supply from this site, but clearly the intention of the developer, and so one of the things both inspectors you've been asking about this morning is demonstration of evidence of clear intention from developers in relation to sites, and well, you've got that here in relation to that site, that the clear intention is that all the homes will be delivered on that site within the 5 years, and in essence are currently waiting for the grant of planning permission, which can happen in the next few months.
On the issue about its status prior to this plan, there's a reference that's been made to the change in the settlement boundary, and you've just referenced that. Under the previous plan, the status of this land was presumed that it lay outside of the settlement boundary and therefore was protected from development. The process that you've gone through in this plan in looking at sites around Newport, you decided that this site should be allocated, or these sites should be allocated, and therefore the settlement boundaries has been moved as a consequence of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and that's not exclusive to Newport. That happens in locations throughout the plan area. There are changes to settlement boundaries to allow for new development and the allocation of sites. And sorry, Gareth. Well, no, I don't think you actually asked the question about it in the end, but you at the beginning of your question were referring to the treatment of these sites at this point in time. The MPPF of paragraph 49 allows weight to be attached to emerging policies, and when you do so, you have regard to the stage of preparation of the plan, the extent to which there are unresolved objections in relation to any policy, and the degree of consistency with the relevant policies in the emerging plan to the framework. And then it's a matter of planning judgment for the decision maker what weight they attach to the emerging policies. So whilst the current settlement boundaries are the adopted settlement boundaries, where there are proposals to change those and make allocations, decision makers can have regard to that and form a planning judgment about what weight to be attached to the emerging policies when reaching a decision on a given planning application. So there's no statutory reason to wait, and from a policy perspective, it's up to the decision maker to decide what to do with given applications.
And what would you say to some of the points that have been made from Dutch Aston about some of the detail? Was there anything that you would like to say about that? What we're looking at is the principle and the deliverability of sites. We're not looking at the detail of sites, and there is no, and we will come on to this later, but there is no specific policy requirements for any of the site allocations, and certainly not for this site. Is there anything that you can say to help us with some of the concerns that the parish council has raised?
Well, in essence, you're right in terms of what this examination is looking at. You're not in the business of granting planning permissions. You're dealing with allocations and any technical issues on any given site. So this is a general point, doesn't apply just simply to the sites that have been commented on behalf of the Church Aston Parish Council. All relevant technical considerations that raise planning consequences will have to be considered on any planning application, regardless of whether or not it is an allocation. You still have to be satisfied that it accords with the relevant development plan and that any other material considerations don't provide a reason to refuse planning permission.
When we come on to look at later whether any sites should have specific requirements, any allocations, is there anything that we can draw from this particular site that might inform that process? In terms of the concerns around the development and loss of trees and other matters that have been raised, can we be satisfied that the appropriate policy hooks, requirements, etc., are set out in the plan that will enable those matters to be properly addressed through the planning application process? If you understand what I mean.
Yes, we have within the publication and submission plan that you're considering a whole suite of development management policies which deal with those types of issues. We don't consider that in relation to this site there is a requirement for any sort of specific policy beyond those that are contained in the general development management policies.
Carpenter's like to just come in.
Just sort of following on from that point and sort of along a similar theme to my last point about whether there might be a need to flag site-specific matters. So it's not necessarily about policy for sites as flagging information that is, so site-specific matters that would enable a plan user to be aware of things that then need to be addressed, would need to be addressed through the development management policies. It's been raised by the parish council, and it was something we had picked up as well, that, well, in fact, it's a point that's been raised by the Environment Agency upon scrutinising the council's own evidence. So the water cycle study phase 2, which I think is document WF06, picks up that of the various wastewater treatment facilities that would serve the area, as I understand it, there are 2 that the capacity of which will be exceeded by the end of the plan period if all of this growth were to take place. And what that document quite helpfully does is site by site, so going through all the various allocations and indeed the sustainable communities, but obviously we'll come on to that next week. It has a sort of a RAG rating, effectively, so a sort of red, amber, green risk rating around foul water infrastructure, but also actually, as it happens, surface water drainage. And there are a number of sites, and I think I'm right in saying that HO3 is one of them, that are flagged with a red high risk rating on one or both of those factors. And obviously the mechanism, well, what would need to happen there, although you'll obviously, parties will explain this themselves, but our understanding is that what would need to happen there, so if we just stick with wastewater treatment in particular, so the responsibility there lies with Severn Trent Water. It is for them to expand capacity as necessary in response to growth and indeed at their own cost, I believe, and that's set out in the IDP. But the question arises, and this comes to deliverability. So obviously, again, you know, we don't have to get into the site specifics, but this is a point about deliverability and therefore about, you know, timescales as shown in the 5-year supply. But it's also a point about the effectiveness of the plan in terms of being helpful to plan users. You know, there's clearly a lead-in time for that, so there will be a requirement for a developer and indeed the council to liaise with Severn Trent in good time. Severn Trent would have their own processes in terms of their 5-year plans that they have. The Environment Agency has flagged an uncertainty about what additional capacity would be required in order to accommodate the growth that's being planned for. I guess where, but most importantly when, and what the lead-in times would be. So the concern is not that it's feasible so much as what's the implication in terms of timescales, process, and therefore deliverability. And so I suppose, again, 2 things. One question is around, now I know Mr. Stevens said not aware of any concerns in that regard, but a question remains, I think, in our minds in the absence of a bit more information. So that's the deliverability point. But then there's also, again, sort of recurring theme, is this an example of where it might be helpful in the plan, in association with the various allocations, to flag these issues that will inevitably come up? And ultimately, by doing that, would help with the effectiveness and arguably potentially even the speed of decision making. I suppose absent that, how would a plan user, and that might even be potentially even a plan user within development management, know to delve into the water cycle treatment, sort of the water cycle study to find that information, if you see what I mean. So it's, you know, could there be a merit in carrying across that actually quite helpful information in that particular study into some information in the plan, so not necessarily policy, but information that would assist with effectiveness. That's the question. So sort of two questions, delivery and then information in the plan.
It's a kind of point we were going to raise later, but since we're picking up these kind of things as we're going through, and there may well be other examples on other sites that we might want to highlight, because the plan doesn't have any specific policies for the specific sites, but still there might be helpful information which could be in the form of an additional column on the appendix table, for example, or some additional commentary that might flag up some particular issues around that site to inform the process.
In terms of, to break it down into the general notion throughout the allocation section of the plan, having something that provides guidance to anybody when looking at the plan and in a particular allocation as to things that might need to be considered in relation to a particular site. More than happy to consider that and where appropriate, propose appropriate wording. There's certain types of topic where we need to be careful about making sure that any such guidance is genuinely useful and is something that provides particular clarity in relation to a particular site. So if I just take foul water just as a general topic, not specifically in relation to this site, but just as a general topic, obviously all sites will have to have proper foul water treatment mechanisms in place and secure that through any planning permission that is granted, and Severn Trent would be a consultee on any planning application. And so something like that in a general sense, unless there was something acute in relation to a particular site, I'm not sure if the topic would necessarily be overly helpful. You would need there to be like a specific concern in relation to that site. So very comfortable with the idea of adding commentary, whatever we want to call it, in due course to specific sites, just a degree of caution about ensuring that it is something that is genuinely useful and raising and identifying specific concerns in relation to that site, because there will be certain topics that just all sites obviously have to deal with because they're development proposals.
Mr. Ashford.
I was just going to add to that in terms of the approach with Severn Trent. So part of the plan making process is engaging with those utilities providers from the very early start. So Severn Trent have been engaged in the process through the production of the water cycle study, through looking at the kind of flood risk and drainage issues. So they've had all the information about likely development sites quite some time ago, and we've engaged with them throughout the kind of process, or passed that information to them all through those studies and documentation. So I think it's useful to understand the fact that they've got that information there, so they know likely sites coming forward. Once there's certainty about adopted sites, that will then give them more ability to deliver on that and react to that. But they are the undertaker and they are obliged to provide the services, so they're well aware of their role in that. I think Mr. Stevens articulated that in terms of there's no particular issues they've raised with this site.
Sorry, just on that, that's helpful. I would just put back to the council that on this point of are there acute issues flagged with particular sites, just put back to the council that in the evidence document that dates, I think, from March 2025, as I say, all of the allocated sites are listed and RAG rated, and I guess my point was some are RAG rated red, which could be said to be evidence that there's a potential acute issue. So it's not so much that there isn't a potential solution, it's just is that an evidence-based set of information that might merit flagging in the plan. So if that's something perhaps that you could consider. It certainly did appear clear from the infrastructure delivery plan. Clearly there has been engagement with Severn Trent, but I just note that the Environment Agency has flagged an uncertainty about lead-in times. So that uncertainty remains, I suppose, in terms of deliverability. So if there is any additional information that it might be possible to give us in terms of those, you know, the sorts of lead-in times that it might take in those red flagged areas to get that infrastructure up and running in time. It's just that additional information really to help inform our understanding. But I know, oh, no, it's gone away. Okay, thank you.
Again, just to assist sticking with, again, wastewater as a topic, because that's the context we've been talking about these issues. One of the things that helps people like Severn Trent is the plan-making process itself. So Severn Trent, as a water provider, they have to allow statutorily connection into their network when sites get built. But the trade-off for them is they have fundraising powers. They can go off and get money when they need to. And so by being part and parcel of the plan-making process, they already know what is likely to be coming forward and can already start building into their plan, you know, in a broad brush. And what they identify, or one of the things that's identified in WFO6 is it identifies in relation to the recommendations it makes in its conclusion section that the timescales for those works are ones that are ongoing, so they're not things that need to be completed by a particular point in time. What they're emphasising is cooperation between all of those involved in the development process, the council, Severn Trent, developers, to ensure that when things do take place, everybody's informed of what's happening and things progress accordingly.
Thanks. Yeah, noted. I think as I say, that it's been flagged by the Environment Agency, and it just remains a question. It's just that further information around the likely timescales. You know, they've got this 5-year asset management plan process, etc. There's one in place. There's another one being developed. You know, it doesn't look like yet it takes on board all this. Clearly, that's in hand, but you know, it's just understanding a bit more about the likely delivery lead-in to get the additional infrastructure in place. Thank you.
Just one question, if I may, to the council on this site. When looking at the submission policies map, and a question I've got on this site in relation to the boundary of HA3, and I'll call it because HA3, HO3, and HA18 and HO18. It's not clear to me from looking at the policies map which is allocation HA3 and which is HA18. I think I might be able to draw some conclusions, but there's two HA18s on the map.
Yeah, I think also when you, I think the labelling there needs tidying up. If you zoom in, for example, on the electronic one, you can figure out where the line is, but I think you're right. I mean, why is it? Yeah, I think that needs tidying up.
HA18 is the smaller parcel at the south end of the barns.
Yes, yeah. And that you can see our line. It's just not a very clear one.
Labelling issue rather than...
Yes, there is a line that demarcates the two, and I think the reason it says HA18 twice is because there's something that runs through the middle of the site, and it's to make clear that there's not then two separate sites. It's all part of HA18, but it's not immediately apparent, so I think that could sensibly be cleared up.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll just turn to the parish council just to say, is there anything you wish to add before we move off this site?
No, thank you very much. We've heard all the relevant responses and comments, but it doesn't change in any way, shape or form the statement we made about the withdrawal of these two sites on soundness from the local development plan. So thank you very much.
Very much for your contributions. I think that's a useful time to have a break now. I realise that we've not made much progress through the list of sites, but there are some very useful points there that we're worth hearing about, and thank you for your contributions. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes and resume at 25 to 12. Thank you. We're going to just change the order of one site because Mr. Chadwick has asked if we could do that. So, well, we've offered it because he was concerned about missing the site that he's come to talk about. So we're going to go to HO12.
So no problem with doing that at all. Just before we do, could I just ask Miss Broster to just clarify the EA point in relation to site HO2 before we sort of move on and forget to ever give you a response to that?
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you. It was just, yeah, in relation to HO2, I accept obviously that there was a comment from the EA regarding the site. It was obviously based around wanting site-specific guidelines. So we went back to them discussing that point, and it was agreed between both parties that that wasn't necessary, and that the suggested modification to EC4, which I appreciate we'll speak about in next week, was basically enough to cover off the point that they were making. So that was just really the point that I wanted to make, and if just for reference, it's on page 90 of SCO 1A.
Thanks, that's helpful. I had seen that. Yes, I think our question will still stand, which is, notwithstanding that, question back to the council, just again, you know, to consider, nevertheless, the merits of an informative, if you like, some guide, you know, some flagging site-specific matters that would need to be then dealt with through the development management policy, which we'll come back to. So, but noted.
Yeah, we understand that. It was just really to make sure that we made it clear that the issue was resolved within the statement of common ground. It wasn't an
yes.
Issue. Per se.
Okay, I take your point. I take your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we could just jump to just jump onto the next page on the delivery sheet, if you follow us on the delivery sheet, and it's HO12, which is land west of Wellington Road, and if the council could just set out the justification for the allocation of this and the position in respect of deliverability that's informed its trajectory, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start from the DM perspective. So the site's obviously allocated for circa 70 dwellings. We received a planning application at the start of the year for up to 80. This is currently being considered and has a target determination of April, early April. This shows clear intent from the landowner to deliver the scheme, and we're looking at first delivery in the third year of the 5-year supply. In terms of the technical, this was subject to a pre-app inquiry as well. So the application is going well. Most of the technical issues have been resolved, and we hope to be in a position to determine it fairly quickly.
Thank you. The update from the application was being validated as of January. So now that's been validated and is in being currently determined. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, it's got a determination date of the 8th of April.
And is that a full application or an outline application?
It's an outline application.
So if an outline application expected to be granted in April, and then what happens then? What's the next stage in the process in terms of this site?
If I may, sir, we've got a representative from the landowner's agent, so they might be better placed to advise.
Thank you, sir. Yes, as Mr. Gittings has said, this is a site on the edge of Telford. It conforms with the development strategy of major growth, delivering in the recognised major service centre of Telford. It's demonstrably the most sustainable location for growth. The site is east of the A5223, locationally contained. We submitted a pre-app last summer, as Mr. Gittings has said, and we submitted a planning application just prior to Christmas, validated early this year. It's going through consultation. We've had a lot of the responses back, and we are hoping to go to committee very soon. And in terms of the timeline for deliverability, then we would anticipate, as I say, going to committee sort of shortly. It is an outline application. The site will be marketed by the applicant for disposal to a builder during this period, but we'd hope that reserved matters application and conditions would be submitted by the end of this year, with planning permission for those by summer next year. They can be on site by the end of next year for certain. So definitely with completions in 28, 29, which is year 3 of the supply, delivering in year 3 and year 4 with final units in that year 5 period.
What would you say to the just tell me about where the clear evidence is that, because it hasn't got permission, very much us to consider it to deliverable only when there's evidence that housing completions will be done on site within. Is there anything that, given that it yet hasn't got permission, that would help us be confident that the delivery will begin in effectively year 3?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Completions will be delivered in year 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly until a planning application, planning permission has been granted, it's very hard to give definitive answer on that, but we, the applicant is Richborough. They're a highly regarded promoter, land promoter. This is what they do all the time. The site is being marketed by Fisher German on behalf of the landowner as well. So we are constantly in talks with the landowner and the applicant, Richborough. So the site will be marketed ahead of, getting that planning consent, and the house builder, as part of any agreement, they would want that house builder to be on site as soon as possible. So they, all I can say is that they'll be submitting an application as soon as possible. We've gone through all the technical matters as part of the planning application and resolving final issues ahead of us getting to committee. So there doesn't seem to be any unresolved matters that are going to constrain that delivery from occurring.
Thank you. Mr. Chadwick, would you like to come in and tell us about your concerns? Thank you.
Hello. I'm a layperson and I feel very much a second-rate person amongst these highly suited, highly paid people around me. However, I'm probably the most important person here because I actually live on the site that we are going to discuss. There was, the council asked for the residents' response to the planning application, and you will see that there was an overwhelming objection to the development, absolutely overwhelming. Probably about 98% of the respondents were vehemently against the proposal. So the residents have asked me to come along and present our views as a result of that. Now, the history of this is that until 2026, well, first of all, I want to discuss the boundary change. There was a boundary change made to enable or to help these people push through the application. Now, the history of the boundary change was that until 2026, the Telford boundary was on the eastern side of Wellington Road, and therefore the proposed development was entirely outside the town boundary. In 2025, a community governance review was started, which specified 3 stages for community involvement in boundary change. First one was residents provide input, draft proposals are produced for comment, and proposals are published. The review was completed in late 2025, and it stated that extensive resident participation had occurred. And I've seen a copy of the report. This is from the council, and I quote here, Councillor Giles Luter, who is chair of the Telford and Wrekin Cross-Party Boundary Review Committee. It says, these final recommendations are the result of extensive consultation with our communities. Now, I can inform people that none of the Wellington Road residents were involved in these consultations. None. I have asked all of the residents, none of them were involved. In 2026, the planning application was revealed, which showed that the boundary had been moved westwards, so that the proposed development was now within the Telford area. Again, no residents, no Wellington Road residents have been consulted or have provided input. Now, it would appear from that this boundary change is illegal because the local people, the ones most heavily involved in any decision about boundary change, have not been consulted. And unless the council can provide details of Wellington Road residents which were involved in the boundary change decision, then again, we consider this boundary change to be completely illegal. It has not followed consultation mandates. And as such, the central plank of the planning application is completely invalid. There is another issue that I wish to speak about, and that's traffic volume along this road. But that is a matter, I think, more for the planning application review rather than this. So basically, our view is that the boundary change is illegal because none of the local residents were consulted at any stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Can I just check your understanding? What is the boundary that's changed? Is it a planning boundary or an administrative boundary?
It's a council boundary. It's a town boundary. Yes. Right. It previously was on Wellington Road, and they've moved it westwards towards the A5223. But anyway, it's been moved westwards so that it now encloses the particular site that the development is earmarked for.
Because the site sits between the A523 and Wellington Road, doesn't it?
Sorry?
The site sits between the two roads.
My hearing is not too good. Just repeat that.
Because the site sits between the two roads.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It sits between Wellington Road and the A5223.
Yes.
And the boundary was moved from where it's been for a long, long time on Wellington Road across to the A5223, which is the edge of the proposed development site.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if someone from council could tell me, is this an administrative boundary or a planning boundary?
Yeah, there's two issues at hand here. So we, as a local authority, undertook a cross-party boundary review of parish council and ward boundaries. So that has been concluded recently. And then obviously separate to that, the boundary from a planning point of view is proposed to be altered in line with as previous sites in terms of this allocation, and then moving the urban boundary in the local plan out to the A road.
So the boundary Mr. Chadwick refers to is changed in 2025. Is that the ward boundary or the planning boundary?
The ward boundary.
The ward boundary.
Any change for planning purposes for something that you would see on a policies map, well, that's the process we're engaged in here.
In the adopted plan, what was the status of this land?
It was outside the built-up area with no designation.
So, presumption against development in that sense would...
Yeah, if you've got a 5-year supply, yeah.
Yeah, but now the town boundary has been moved and the site has been...
Yes, yeah, the built-up boundary.
The boundary of the built-up area of Telford is
similar
the
to
envelope, effectively.
Yeah, similar to the argument at the Dale that we spoke about before the break.
Yeah.
The boundary has been moved out to take in the allocation.
Okay. Chadwick?
Right, okay. Yes, if I can just finally make a final comment, hopefully. The boundary changes are supposed to involve, as all the documentation has shown, supposed to involve local consultation. Now, as I say, none of the Wellington Road residents have been consulted on this. Now, if they are not local residents and should have been consulted, then the whole thing is pointless. The people mainly involved in any boundary change who should have been consulted have not been consulted. They're the people who know the situation intimately, and they have none of them have been consulted. And I have spoken with everybody, and nobody knows of any local resident who have been consulted on this boundary change.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Yeah, just in terms of the boundary changes, so there, as part of the consultation on, it was town and parish council boundary changes. So effectively the consultation took place over the majority of last year. So there was 3 phases of that consultation, including 7 public drop-in sessions spread out across the borough, and I can provide further details in terms of where exactly they were. And then through that process, we had, after seeking initial views, through the phase 2, including the public drop-in sessions, we had 1,000 responses to that consultation. And then under phase 3, when we'd looked at revised proposals and for final comment, we had a further 210 responses before making the formal decisions were then made by the cross-party boundary review committee on the 4th of November in terms of those decisions.
The gentleman is quoting basically from the report which I have a copy of and which I have mentioned. This review started in 2025 and was completed late 2025. And, again, let me repeat what it says. These final recommendations are the result of extensive consultation with our communities. Now, it is evidently obvious that no consultation was made by the local residents on this particular boundary change. It's absolutely evident. Now, how they can then say that the people who should be most involved in this particular boundary change have been consulted, it is patently untrue. None of them have been consulted. So there are inaccuracies in this final report.
The change to local government boundaries is not a matter for us in examining this plan, and it may be something that you wish to take up directly with the council in terms of any consultation process. But that is not a matter for us in terms of the consultational changes to town and parish council boundaries.
I understood that you considered the legality of everything here. If the boundary change is illegal, then that covers the legal aspects of this review.
You just want to help me?
Yes, sir. What we're engaged in here at this examination in public is consideration of the development plan document that is being proposed, which is a new local plan which will govern planning within the council's area, which is defined for it as a local planning authority. And the council has responsibility, duties in a whole range of different legal contexts, but what we're concerned with here is that plan in the planning context. And so internal administrative boundaries of the council are not within the scope of that review. What we're considering is the planning policies and the planning designations within that area. And so in that regard, in terms of the consultation that's taken place, you have in the evidence base, core document 07 is the Reg 22 consultation statement. At CD11, you have the Reg 19 response database, and then at CD13 is the statement of community involvement. So you have across those documents a whole range of information relating into consultation, but that is consultation in relation to this, the development plan, not any administrative boundaries which have a separate role in local government function.
Thank you, Mr. Humphries. I also have, in relation to the proposal that we are looking at, which is the allocation of this land, we also have all the evidence, and we have your representations as well. They're all before us to consider. Okay. So what we can consider, we have your representations on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick. Thank you. If we can go back to, so look, just deal with that one. Go back to HO4, which is the former Phoenix School site on Manor Road in Telford. And I wonder if the council has provided some deliverability information in relation to that site. So if you could just give us an outline of the principle of the site, how you've got to the numbers, and also if you say that you've had pre-application engagement with a I need to understand with a planning application, where are we up to in the planning process really on that site. And then Ms Carpenter has got a question about Sporting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Jumping to the end, we are very close to determining the application. Hopefully within the next month that should be approved. The numbers are slightly higher than we've recorded in the allocations. The application was for 136 dwellings and 135 and a 72-bed retirement living complex.
Within the 136 or additional to the one?
In addition, so it's 136 dwellings and then a 72-bed retirement living complex. So it's 207 in total. In terms of the deliverability, there's a house builder is the applicant, and we've tried to, as we do with all applications, reduce the amount of pre-commencement conditions, allowing them to get on site to do the groundworks. An example of that is the materials. We don't need to know what the materials are when they're digging the drainage, so we put that no above ground works until the materials are submitted and approved. As a council, we also offer a fast-track discharge of conditions service. So what that involves is there's a normal 8-week determination for a discharge of condition. We enter a contract with the applicant to agree that we'll provide comments within 10 working days on the first submission or the first iteration of the drawing or the details, and then we goes back to the developer if they need amendment, and we then comment within 5 working days on the second iteration. So it means that we can, well, fast track the discharge of the conditions, and that will, in this case, it will enable the developer to get on site really quickly following approval.
Is this then a figure that needs to be revised in this trajectory, given now that you consider that the capacity of the site is 207?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that we could bring forward the delivery.
Yes, the way the table is set out doesn't actually marry with then the evidence of deliverability and the comments we've heard in relation to what the actual planning application is for. So the table should be updated to reflect that, and then any consequential changes that necessitates for delivery within the 5-year period will be had regard to as well. Rather than sort of giving you a number for that now, I'd suggest we just confer amongst ourselves, update the table, and then in due course give you the revised appropriate figure.
Indeed, that's satisfied. But the total number also for the planned period will...
Well, quite. So it'll need reflecting across the width of the table.
I think as we go through, there will be, when we come back, we've considered everything on 5-year supply and the total numbers, we will give an indication of where we think the numbers should be. But it's helpful for you to just flag that one up now, and that is something that the total numbers for the site in terms of capacity will go up, given where you are now in terms of that process, and we'll wait to hear from you on where you consider how the 5-year supply position trajectory should split, should be updated.
Yes, and we're keeping track of all of this as we go, and it's probably not the day to be sat in the naughty chair, to be honest, but there we go.
Okay.
Just actually one quick point of clarification on the numbers. The retirement living complex, is that sort of self-contained C3 retirement living as opposed to C2 care home?
it's over 50 follows.
Yes, it's for over 55 as accommodation, so it's
Self-contained C3, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so one unit is one in the trajectory, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Yeah. So the other query, and again, the risk of slight repetition, but it's just something to put to yourselves as, is this something it will be helpful to flag or not, in what we've referred to as a possible additional column with flagging information as guidance to plan users. And it's just something that we picked up going through various representations. So in this case, Sport England have, of course, flagged the possibility, just repeating what I understand to be what they're saying, or the potential need for mitigation to be considered in terms of loss of a playing field, I believe. It's obviously, again, mechanisms elsewhere in the plan to deal with that. It's really just about, site-specific information, whether those sorts of things are helpful to plan users.
Yeah, I mean, just to add, in response to that, so that's been dealt with through the development management process as we speak, effectively as part of the proposals and planning obligations. As part of the application, there is a significant financial sum being paid towards the creation of new playing fields at Newdale at Ketley, which has a consent and is on site being delivered. I would just say also that the Sporting England point, they are not playing fields so that because of the length of time they haven't been used, they no longer, so the Sport England proposal is not from a statutory holding objection point of view, it's just as a point of reference in terms of their recommendation, which we have taken on board and are implementing as part of the proposal, subject to the consent being granted.
Thanks, and again, you'll take a view as to what you think may or may not be helpful to add into the plan on a site-by-site basis. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Moving to HO5, you've just briefly, if you can just tell us what's the position on this site, which is land north of Aldercott Meads. You've put it as you put 45 within the 5-year supply. You're saying the site is deliverable. In your supporting information, there's no reference to a planning application. Can you just tell us what the position is on the site, please?
Yes, absolutely. We've got the a representative of the landowner here, so I won't say too much, but we've positively engaged with the house builder, who's or a house builder. They've delivered a site, the former British Sugar factory, which was for 470 units, and that's been built out extremely quickly. I think the first reserve matters was permitted in 2020, I think, following an outline. So, yes, all I can say is we've got a very good working relationship with that house builder, and they've built out finishing to build out the very large allocation, and we are hoping to. We've had some discussions about pre-application engagement with a view to a planning performance agreement. I think I'll probably leave it there and hand over to the landowner.
Hi, yes, my name's Alexis DePaul. I'm planning consultant acting on behalf of British Sugar and Northern Trust Land. I know it's slightly out of order, but HO5 is sort of very closely linked with HO15 on this matter, so I don't know if you want me to kind of cover them both.
If that saves time.
Okay, so just to clarify, yes, British Sugar and Northern Trust secured the outline planning permission for the larger development, which was then built out by SJ Roberts, who are on target to complete the scheme by the end of this year. I can also confirm that SJ Roberts are in discussions to take over the two proposed allocated sites, and that we are planning on submitting a hybrid application with a full permission, full application on the smaller of the two sites, HO15, and outline on the larger HO5, which should be submitted this year. And the intention would be for SJ Roberts to continue to building those sites out. I think on the HO15, it's a very pessimistic view on the delivery of that site. I think that's shown as not being in the 5-year supply at all. But the reality is we would envisage, subject to the planning, that site would probably start delivering houses 2027, 2028 at the latest. So we would envisage those 60 homes coming forward entirely within the 5-year plan period. The larger site has got 45 dwellings coming in the 5-year supply. I'd imagine there's a potential slightly more houses coming from that site, but I think that's a more optimistic view. And just to sort of highlight, the infrastructure is already there, SJ Roberts are already there. We've done some highway assessments. We don't see any reason why these two sites couldn't come forward and contribute positively to the 5-year supply.
Thank you. So you're on HO15.
So yeah, so HO15, so there's two sites basically. One is located immediately adjacent to the existing Alscott Meads development. And the other site, HO5, is a slightly larger site for 105 dwellings, which is on the opposite side of the road.
Yeah.
Both sites are owned and being promoted by British Sugar and Northern Trust. And the developer who is currently building out Alscott Meads is going to be the developer that's taking forward those two sites.
So Alscott Meads is the development to the south of Shorebirch.
That's the large development. That's the former British Sugar plant site that we're just talking about, where the school is already built, the commercial hub is already built, and the majority of the houses are built, and they're scheduled to be completing those houses by the end of the year.
And HA15 is the land. HA15 is land to the west, immediate to the west of the development that's being built now.
Yes, yeah.
And the HA5 is the one across the road.
Is it?
That in itself is in 2 parcels, is it?
I think it's now shown as just one site. But that would be the site that's both sites, both HO5 and HO15, would come forward as a single planning application. It would just be a hybrid application.
On the proposals map, it looks like it's two separate.
Yeah, I think the the base map used for the proposals map has basically been overtaken by the work that's just been described there, because the homes have already been built. So the bit that looks like white land between the former sugar site and HA15 is in essence now developed, and so what's physically on the ground isn't fully represented on this plan.
It does look like we submitted an illustrative layout with the representations. It does look like HO15 is 2 sites, but there is it's all in one ownership, and the red edge, they are both actually linked, albeit very smallly, but they would be brought forward as a single site.
And this is if you get your magnifying glass out or zoom in, they are actually one site. There is a slim link between the 2 sites at that northern edge there. On the printed version, you probably can't see it very well, but if you look at the detail, they are all one site. It's not 2 separate parcels. There's a physical link, and the allocation includes that link.
So the developer is giving a different information in terms of timescale to the council.
There's clearly been an element of conservatism here in the council's trajectory in terms of what it anticipates, and we would be content to reflect after this session and consider updating the supply to include more sites, more homes from these sites in the 5-year period in light of the quite strong indication given there, in particular cognizant of the fact of the proposal that it's the same developer who's just about to complete the rest of the site and will therefore be looking to progress on to the next one as soon as possible. There's a clear commercial imperative to do so, given that the physical infrastructure is already there, given the development that's already taken place.
So the planning application for both sites, you said it's a hybrid for both HA15 and HA5.
The intention would be a hybrid.
That's not in yet.
No, we've been having some discussions with the planning team. The intention will be a planning performance agreement. Like I said, some of the survey work has been done. We're gathering the application. The intention is to get it in early this year.
Early this year?
Yes, because SJ Roberts will want to move straight on to, so that's why it's a hybrid. So it's a full application on HO15, so that they're in a position to be able to move straight onto that site.
So the full part of the hybrid will be for HA15?
That's right, and then the outline element of it would be for HO5. So HO5 is likely to come on stream after HO15, but HO15 is only the 60 dwellings, so we'd imagine they're building out a sort of 30 to 40 dwellings a year.
I think it would be helpful if the table, I think this is common through a number of things, that when we finish going through the sites, we'll want that updated and set out to give us some more information, some of which we've heard, some of which we haven't heard, but we need to know what it is and where it exists. I think that clearly needs to be updated, because in terms of your expectations, the sites have probably flipped, haven't they, in terms of when one will come forward compared to the other. Yeah. I think if you could look at the trajectory and update the delivery evidence section on both of those sites, that would be helpful to us, I think. Yep. Then we can form a judgment on that.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Well, thank you. On to the second page, it's nearly lunchtime. Okay, so second page of the delivery sheet, HO6. So we move quickly. Again, I just asked the council just to outline where we are on that. A point I'd pick up on your evidence of deliverability is that you say delivery is assumed to commence within the 5-year period. So I'd like to know why you assume it to be. There's no planning application referenced here. But can you tell us where we are, please? Well, first of all, the principle of allocating the site, how you 105, and how and what is the evidence to have this within the 5-year supply?
Yes. So, as you say, sir, we had a pre-application inquiry in March last year. The site is located on the edge of Wellington, which is one of the market towns within Telford. As you know, it's a highly sustainable location, train station, bus station. There are bus stops that are easily accessible from this site. The site isn't located too far from the M54, which is the arterial road through the borough. I'll defer to my colleagues in the local plan team about the deliverability, but certainly we had an indicative layout submitted with the pre-app, which which demonstrated that up to 105 dwellings could be supported. I think that was all your questions, sir. If there's any, ma'am.
So given that we're guided by the framework's definition of deliverable to sit within the 5-year supply, what we're doing is we're going through all these sites. This site doesn't have permission, so we need to be satisfied that there's a realistic prospect that housing will be delivered within 5 years. So the pre-app took place in 2025, but you've not got a planning application in yet.
Yeah, so the pre-app was submitted in March. The way we operate is that we hold a strategic area workshop, we call it, which is when all the consultees and the applicant sit around the virtual table, so to speak. We relay the comments, and then within 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks, depending on how complex it is, we provide a comprehensive written response that outlines what the application requirements, and then obviously we comment on what the applicant submitted as well. So I think from the pre-app, we obviously flagged up what surveys would be required, and I think the applicant is just in the midst of concluding those prior to submission.
Is submission expected? A submission of an outline or a full?
We anticipate that submission would be relatively soon after we're confident in terms of the inspector's your report coming forward. It's a local landowner that owns the site, and it's just worth pointing out that the adjacent site they brought forward as well through a national house builder, and there's a site just further up into Wellington where they brought forward about 350 homes. So it's an active landowner who's got interests and connections with local house, national house builders. So we're confident that that site's going to come forward as per the trajectory, but we can obviously go away and kind of bolster that position with further engagement with the landowner.
I think we need a bit more information in the commentary for us to understand to support a position. This is one of those where you said submission. The submission would be after our report, not determination.
Yeah. Yeah. The pre-app was from a house builder. They wanted a little bit more comfort from this examination before they were to submit what would be, they've confirmed, a full application.
If you could update that deliverability evidence section for us, please, that would be helpful, because I'm not sure it reflects now what you're saying, so that would be helpful to update that. HO7, pink skips. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mulson, sorry.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question on, well, HO6, looking at the site assessment work, the obviously highways is quite a significant constraint, and it's saying that you're having to form a new roundabout off the A road. Now that's a substantial cost for a development of 105 dwellings. So I've had a look in the IDP Annex A schedule of projects, and it does reference an A518 Wellington Road roundabout. I don't know if it's the same one. I couldn't piece it together. But that says delivery year 6 to 10, 6 million, external funding in section 106. So I appreciate that there might be a pre-app done last year. He's a landowner, he's not a house builder. We haven't got anything sort of about a house builder being part of this site. And I am particularly interested in what that actually forming a roundabout off an A road, what that would do for the overall viability of that site. And also there's drainage and flood risk issues about problems to connect to surface water through multiple back gardens. So there's some real constraints there. And I do note that it's been brought forward for allocation, and it basically says that it can be dealt with at application stage. And that's a reoccurring theme on a lot of these assessments. And my question is that, you know, maybe some of this assessment needs to be done ahead of it being classed as put an allocation and then actually put within the deliverable supply. And also know there's TPOs, tree preservation orders along the frontage where the access would likely to have to go through.
Thank you. Councillor, want to come back on that?
Yeah, just in terms of those points that Mr. Moulton has made, in terms of the access can be formed off the A road. So the proposal we've had in terms of the pre-app forms the access off the A road, so it doesn't rely on a roundabout. Now, in terms of the contributions for the roundabout, there's been several housing development schemes within that local area. So we've secured contributions towards ultimately delivering a roundabout that will connect Roman Road with the Holyhead Road, that would improve that junction, that circulation within that area. So bringing the site forward is not reliant on the roundabout.
I suppose it's just making that clear from what the site assessment work says, because obviously I've not seen the pre-app, so this information is not in the public domain. So these are why these questions are asked.
Sorry, just coming back on that point, it does say within the site assessment sheet that contributions have been secured for the roundabout.
Thank you. HO7 pink skips. Can you just, again, this is in all to be delivered within the 5-year supply. So can you just tell us about this site and why you consider the site can be developed entirely within the 5 years?
If I may, I'll cover HO9 at the same time because they're across the road from each other and it's the same landowner and house builder. So HO7 pink skips first. As we've noted, the application was submitted in December last year, 25. That is being managed through a planning performance agreement because there's a contractual arrangement for the house builder to submit the application by that point. And then we will, we're entering into pre-app engagement with them. And the summary of that is that we consider that, as the table says, that we think that 30 dwellings will be completed by the end of the year 28-29. And it's a similar story for Hilltop Farm, which is HO9. That's slightly slower delivery because we've put 20 dwellings from the same year, so just 10 dwellings in the same year less, but...
Sorry, HO9, it says that it's considered deliverable within 5 years from April 20, so within 5 years, subject to the application, validation, determination. So has the planning application been validated now?
Sorry, the house builder is just finalising some surveys this spring, and then they would be looking to well, submit an application from there, but with pre-application advice first. So it's a little bit that the PPA has allowed a different approach with these applications, because the house builder was contractually obliged with the landowner to submit the applications, but as part of the planning performance agreement, we will have pre-app before we validate the application.
So is there a hold up on validation?
They're just complete. I keep forgetting to use my microphone. The house builder is just finalising the surveys. I think ecology is one, the preliminary ecological appraisal. So once that's done, theoretically it could be validated, but we'd have the pre-app with them, with the house builder.
And then how long to determination?
Well, as I said before, if the pre-app generally takes 4 to 6 weeks, maybe slightly longer, maybe 6 to 8 weeks, and then the applications could be well, they'll be valid if the applicant submits the ecology surveys. So it's just whether they need to make any tweaks to it as a result of our comments.
When would planning permission be granted?
But by the end of this calendar year, so 2026. Yes, yeah, both sites.
Okay, thank you. So we go back to HO8, east of Dawley Road. No planning application yet. There's notwithstanding the absence of a current planning permission pre-app. It says, is that still the position?
Excuse me. Yes, that is correct. We haven't had a pre-app as of yet.
So no pre-app, no application, but you think there'll be 30 dwellings complete within 27, 28?
Yeah, that was our estimation in terms of delivery, so being conservative in terms of allowing things to move forward. So it's owned by a local developer, which is across the room from us here at the minute. It's within the kind of confines of the urban boundary. If you look at the Dawley Road and the proposed change to the boundary following allocation. So it's well connected to Lawley, is an existing community. So Lawley's been a development, large development area for the borough. So it presents an opportunity for a further slight extension to that. There's good facilities and lots of kind of activities for the community within the local area. So from a position and a locational perspective, once the application's in, we'd see that coming forward very rapidly. I think. But I'll defer to Park Hill in terms of any further detail.
Thank you.
Hi, Pippa Nisbet, HGH Consulting, a planning consultant on behalf of Bark Hill Properties. We can confirm, as we have done through the various earlier stages of the local plan, that the site is available and deliverable, and we intend to bring it forward and deliver it within 4 years. Just to clarify the point around pre-app, we actually have had pre-application discussions with the council and the highways team. I think, sort of, just trying to recall the exact date, I think it was back around sort of September 2025. So those discussions and sort of progress since then have obviously moved forward in earnest. As we set out within our written statements, the site, we believe, has been selected following a robust background evidence base, and the council's site assessment also confirms that the site has no hard constraints. It also accords with the development strategy in the sense that it would meet housing need by providing a new allocation which adjoins the built-up area and provides a logical infill between existing developments through the Homes England site to the east and existing homes also in the vicinity. In addition to the council's evidence to date, my client has also undertaken a number of background studies such as geotechnical, topographical, ecological and landscape assessments with input from our transport consultant to inform an initial master plan layout for the site. This was included within our recently submitted written statement, which shows how a suitable scheme could be delivered on the site. Our last pre-app discussion with the council around September, we discussed the opportunity for around 145 homes on the site, and the latest master plan has moved the level of detail on since that pre-app discussion to show how that could successfully be achieved, meeting various sort of space standards, layout requirements, separation distances, which the council had raised. They felt there wasn't enough detail on our last sort of pre-app meeting. The site is sustainably located with good opportunities to enable us to reduce any dependency on car trips with good public transport links, walking and cycling, in addition to being well located to general wider local facilities. With regard to deliverability of the residential allocation, the council has suggested at this stage an indicative figure of only 89 homes. We've been advised that this figure was set by the planning policy team based on their calculation of the lowest yield for the site, and that the calculation in its purest form derived 115 dwellings. We understand the lower number followed a precautionary approach taken by the council, as they believe that the site may be constrained in certain places due to geotech considerations and highways constraints. However, our own technical work to date clearly demonstrates that we believe the site can achieve up to 145 homes. This has been informed by our client's own commissioned detailed geotech assessments, topographical studies, and a whole realm of other studies. Our client also has over 35 years' experience in delivering similar open cast sites, which provides certainty over the ability to bring the site forward. We don't believe that the council's estimation on the numbers has been underpinned by detailed geotechnical work or any other detailed sort of highways modelling. Furthermore, the council advises it has used its density and net site area study as a starting point, looking at this as a basis for a site over 4 hectares, in this case our site's around 5 hectares, a density of 30 to 40 dwellings per hectare is suggested. 89 homes would restrict the density on site and limit this to around 17.8 dwellings per hectare. This is clearly a very low and inefficient use of the land and goes against the crux of national policy. Our site, we can confirm, would deliver at least 29 dwellings per hectare, around 145 homes. We therefore don't believe that the proposed housing numbers for the allocation are reasonable, nor are they based on proportionate evidence. Whilst we recognise that the exact numbers would need to be determined through the application process, obviously our work to date suggests that there is a robust consideration that we can deliver successfully a 145 home scheme.
Thank you. Did you say 190 dwellings per hectare? 129? Sorry? Did you say 129 dwellings per hectare?
Hi, my name is James Cannon. I'm Head of Property at Park Hill. We owned the site in 1982. We removed the coal and we did the remediation. So we've got detailed geotechnical evidence of the site itself. We've analysed that obviously if you've got an open cast coal mine, you have the batters, which is the rim and the bottom of the extraction. And that has all been worked through. We've come up with that figure of 145. I don't really want to add to what Pippa's already said, but just to say we've had a subject to planning marketing over the last 3 or 4 months. We've had in excess of 10 bidders, and the top 5 have all produced or all require 100% affordable. 100% affordable
housing.
100% affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council want to come back on or to add anything to what's been said as a difference of view? Council's take a cautious view on numbers.
Yeah, we took a cautious view on numbers, but I think we'd be happy to review the information from Park Hill and consider that approach.
Just put to Park Hill about the trajectory. On the numbers that the council have submitted, they've said that 30 dwellings could be complete within 27-28. From where you are now, why is that achievable?
Thank you. We would expect to choose a preferred bidder, and the rationale behind that is that although it's not conditional on, the West Midlands Combined Authority have offered to pay for the remediation. Just so that people are aware, the remediation is just actually the choice of foundations for each of the houses. So in certain areas, it's normal conventional foundations. In other areas, there'll be either some mini piles or strip foundations, more comprehensive foundations. In order to do that, we have to have a delivery partner. So we're choosing our delivery partner, and we are actually seeing the West Midlands Combined Authority on Tuesday to go through that. Once we've chosen delivery partner, the bidders who've come in have all said that they intend to submit a planning application within 4 or 5 months, obviously subject to the outcome of events here and further forward. And then we would get on with it. What we tend to find with the brownfield sites we deliver, that we have effectively, we take a collaborative approach with the housing developer, particularly as we know that what's under the ground, and actually we have in-house expertise and professional expertise in delivering those types of sites. So we think that that's achievable, and I'm sure that because it's 100% affordable, which we're more than happy to support, then that's a good thing for the borough.
Be through a housing provider scheme.
Yes, and the bidders who are being chosen for interview, which is actually on Monday, all have a registered provider in tow.
Anything council wish to add to that? Again, that might be helpful to update that delivery information for us. Thank you.
So I've just, if it assists, I've taken as a general note, probably I think in relation to every site, there's going to be some slight updates. So.
Thank you very much to Park Hill representatives. Thank you. That takes us to HO10, land south of Plough Lane. Please tell us what the progress is. My question would be, has a planning application been submitted yet?
We haven't had a planning application submitted yet, but we know there's active interest in the site with developers and the land promoter who's been engaging with us throughout the local plan process. So we're confident that planning application will be submitted relatively shortly.
Again, this is one where have you got? Sorry. Are you helping us with this? Just and you as well, sir. Okay. This is a site that again you've said, Ms. Ashford, that planning application is likely to be submitted relatively shortly, but it's in the trajectory for 30 dwellings to be delivered from 27-28, which would assume that that there is significant progress. So just explain to us, and maybe are you representing the landowner? So maybe you could help us with this. So if you could just explain where you are on the site, and why would it be that the site sits within the 5-year supply, delivering completing from 27-28?
Thank you, sir. My name's Andy Williams from Advanced Planning. I think the first thing I should say is that we've just recently been appointed to act for the landowners. There was an option agreement in place by a previous promoter that has lapsed. We've been asked to pick up this site and move it forwards, and a land agent has also been appointed. We are in discussion with the owners of the land to the north through which access to this site would be obtained. That's Cameron Homes, which we developed the site to the north under the banner of Gallia's Homes. They have made an offer for the site, which is within the parameters that my clients would be looking for. There's a bit of work to do to get the terms formally agreed. They've also agreed with another landowner to cross Plough Lane. So both of these matters have been resolved in terms of basic heads of terms. There are some matters to conclude. So we're now in a position whereby we would hope to have a subject to planning permission contract in place during the spring of 2026 to enable Cameron Homes, which are a medium-sized house builder with a controlling interest in the access, to submit a pre-application inquiry in the summer and a full application before the end of the year. I just want to make the general comment about not putting in planning applications, because we've heard today from Church Aston Parish Council that if planning applications are coming in ahead of a local plan, it helps to demonstrate deliverability, but it almost undermines the process, and my clients have been mindful of that, and they are a landowner rather than a developer. So I think they've been happy to allow this process to move forwards, but they are in the background very keen to deliver this site as soon as possible. There are some technical matters to resolve, ground conditions and sloping nature of the site. It affects, there are abnormal costs which affect the value, but the value that they've been offered is acceptable. So I'm very confident this site will come forward in the next 12 months. And therefore, when I look at the trajectory the council have put in here, which is 27-28, I think that is reasonable. If you were taking a pessimistic view of it, you might push it back 1 year, but it would still be within the 5-year period. I think it's not a... I think it's within... I think they're showing it at the moment as 27, 28 through over 3 years to 29, 30. I think that's achievable, but I think if you took a pessimistic view and you pushed it back a year, that's still within the 5-year period. I think that's all I've got to say at the moment, sir, if that helps. Happy to pick up any further points if they're raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, sir, and thank you. I think those previous comments have addressed some of my comments on this one. I think we'd probably take the more pessimistic view, I suppose, in terms of where this sits in the trajectory. And if we're looking at sort of delivering homes on here sort of 27, 28, noting that there's been no pre-app as yet, there doesn't look to be any sort of substantive start on preparing a planning application. It's not clear what form that planning application will take. Subsequent conditions to be on site delivering 27, 28 feels optimistic. Noting the sort of technical issues that the site assessment work has flagged, around ecology, highways. One thing that's flagged, or not flagged, I suppose, in the site assessment work is it refers to a previous appeal decision on the site. Appreciate that's for a larger, in terms of quantum development than the numbers we're looking at now. But there was, within that appeal decision, conclusions from the inspector that there were very serious adverse effects in landscape terms that was described by the inspector in that case as a decisive and compelling standalone reason to dismiss the appeal. So what I'm getting to is it's not necessarily a straightforward site, but the timescales for delivery that are sort of pitched in the trajectory paint it as though it perhaps is a more straightforward site that could go through quickly. There's clearly going to be an evidence building process for this one that's going to take some time. So it may be that it delivers later than is currently pitched. Thank you.
Thank you. When we do hearings or inquiries, we've forgotten how to write, so we praise, because I'm writing by, we're both writing by hand, aren't we? So rather than notes, but my hand's saying I'm not used to all this writing. Ms. Carpenter, you've got a question on the site.
Yeah, it was just another point along the similar theme, really a question to the council. Is this an example of, based on the council's evidence, again around wastewater treatment, WFO6 flags proximity to a wastewater treatment works, is that an example of some information that it might be helpful to flag in the column we've talked about? That was it, just for you to consider.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Just in terms of the location of HA10, it's a very well located site. It's in the existing boundary of Newport. I'd also like to point out the fact that there was an application that went through to appeal on the site for a larger number of units, granted, but there was a lot of work done around that in terms of proving the deliverability of the site, demonstrating how that could come forward. So the promoter will be picking up on those bits of evidence that have already been done and obviously refreshing that as part of moving that forward. So I think just in terms of its location and proximity to Newport, compared with other sites in the local area, it's a very well located site and connected to the highway network off the A41. So very good good location there.
And it was dismissed on appeal?
Yes, it was, yeah.
On what grounds was it dismissed?
I'll refer to my colleague Andy to pick up that, I think.
This one's going back in time quite a lot, and it's the other side of the borough that I manage as well. So it may be rather than delaying the inquiry. Is that an answer I can give you afterwards in the after
yeah,
the break?
it's not fundamental. I was just interested.
So if I could just add on that, when you said it was for a larger proposal, it was for 170 dwellings, so it covered a much larger area. So without getting into the detail of comparing impacts, I think it came down the slope a long way. This one would be sitting on the plateau against the existing backdrop of development. I think it's a different sort of proposal now, and I just wanted to make that point.
Helpful, Mr. Williams. I was just wanted to ensure that there wasn't a technical issue or constraint issue related to the site that may have led to its dismissal, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and can be another point when we do our updated version of this spreadsheet. We can just add comment to cover off any issues or confirm absence of any issues from that appeal decision.
If I can further assist on that, sir, that proposal preceded the development that Cameron have since developed to the north and involved the demolition of 2 houses within the housing estate at Beachfields to come through there. So again, it was a different access arrangement, completely different proposal. This proposal would be to come through the new development, which the developers have control of, so it would be a different scheme. But in a similar location, but not so large a scale.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Williams. Mr. Ingram.
Sorry, no, I was just going to come in to try and, I've got the appeal decision open, so I was just going to confirm. I think there are accessibility matters cited within the decision, but it does appear to be primarily a landscape impact-based reason for dismissal.
Just heard from Mr. Williams that this is a different access proposal. Thank you. It's now 3 minutes past 1, and it's probably appropriate time to take a lunch break. We've moved slowly, but we've covered a lot of ground, and I'm hoping that we can move quickly. We've also had a discussion around some of those other questions that we've got, which I think will help reduce the time to, significantly when we come to look at those questions there. So,
yeah, I'm content you've both given us quite a clear indication of the type of thing you're looking for. So when going forward, when we get to any given site, you can say, query whether this is something that needs an observation in the plan. Query, is this something we can have additional evidence on? And we just keep building our notes that way.
Okay, so should we resume at 2 o'clock? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back on time. It's 2:05, and we'll carry on running through the housing allocations, and I think we got to HO 11, Land off Church Road, Lilleshall.
Apologies, sir. Could I just jump in with a quick point before we do, just to give you a reference, just to pick back up again before it sort of gets forgotten. The water point, just as a general one. I don't need you to take it up, but if you look at the IDP, which is ISO 1, section 4.1 of that deals with water, both supply and sewerage, and post-dates and refers to the WFO6 document, and 4.16 of that, Severn Trent Water have confirmed that they have no immediate concerns. So just going back to the point about any potential implications for timescales, their position is there are no immediate concerns. And when you look at that later, what you'll see is there's a reference to their draft water management plan. Just by way of update, that has now gone from being a draft plan, and they've now adopted their next formal water management plan. And so they refer to various things that they're looking to do. They've now got a more formalised status because they've got an adopted plan. So just to give you that update and reference.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Church Road, Lilleshall.
Yeah, I'll just start and introduce the site, and then Andy Williams, who's the site promoter, will be able to give some further detail in terms of evidence around delivery.
Okay, thank you.
The site's very well located for Lilleshall, so it's within the village, forms part of the linear kind of character of the village. Lilleshall's one of our key settlements, so you've got the school, you've got facilities there, play and recreation facilities, so very well placed village for sustainable development. And the site would form a kind of an end to the village there on the corner of Church Road and Lilleshall Road. I'll just pass over to Andy now.
Mr. Williams.
Sir Andy Williams again, Advanced Planning. You'll be aware on this one, I think the council have proposed a modification to change the estimated capacity of this site to 46 dwellings. I think that's the case. No doubt Gareth can confirm that.
That's correct, yeah.
So what I will say at the outset is that the delivery on this site in this schedule TW11 may need to be, well, will need to be modified, I think, because at the moment it's showing 14 in year 5 and then 2 blocks of 30. It may well be that there is an adjustment somewhere, but that's just a bit of a housekeeping point from my point of view. What I can say, and no doubt the council can pick that up in a moment, I represent the landowners here. The landowners, obviously not developers, they have been respectful of the planning process, so they've not wanted to rush ahead of the plan. But what they have done is they've undertaken topographical, they did ecology, a topographical survey, they've undertaken ecology last year in season. So they've done some landscape work and flood risk assessment. So what I can say is that with confidence is that this site is deliverable. They have done some soft marketing to the medium-sized house builder market, the usual players in the area, and had a very, very positive feedback. And following this examination, the plan is to entertain offers for the site subject to planning, and then the plan will be to submit a pre-application inquiry in the summer. I think that's realistic, with a view to a planning application coming in towards the end of the year. Now, I see that at the moment this site is only down for year 5 anyway, so my feeling is this site will probably come forward sooner rather than later, albeit for possibly up to 49 dwellings, we'll just call it that, rather than the 74 that they're showing at the moment. So I think you'll get more earlier, but less overall. I'm 100% confident this site's going to come forward. There are no technical issues to stop it coming forward. It's a very strong housing market area. We've got very strong interest from the key players, and the only reason we haven't progressed it sooner is for the reasons I extolled earlier, which was we didn't want to go ahead of the local plan too far. So it was just a balance between getting our ducks in a row, so to speak, but at the same time not prejudging the outcome of this examination. But we are looking to get a pre-application inquiry in the coming months. I won't say weeks, I think it's probably going to be months, because we've got to finalise the terms for a sale. But what you can be reassured of is in the next 5 years, there is no doubt in my experience this site will 100% come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just clarify the numbers? You said that there's a suggested modification on this site. So what is the number now that the council is putting to us?
Just to confirm, the submission document confirms it's 46 units.
And what so 46 units in the planned period?
Yes.
And what would be the figure in the 5-year supply?
We still anticipate the 14 units coming in the 5-year supply. It's already marked up there.
So what I'm saying in my evidence is that you will get all 46 delivered in the 5-year period. You'll be starting 27, 28, and they'll be delivered out in 2 to 3 years. It's not a big site, and so you'll get more within the 5 years than was predicted, but you'll get less overall. That's what I'm saying. Because I think the current trajectory shows 74, whereas we're looking at probably 46 is what the council have suggested, but I'm saying that 46 will come through sooner than they originally showed in their TW11, if that makes sense. I'm happy to clarify it if I've confused you.
I'm not sure that I'm getting the same message from the council as from the developer.
Sorry, apologies. If the site promoter is confident they can deliver the 46 in the 5-year supply, we'd be happy to put that into the 5-year supply.
What is that the council's position?
That's the council's position.
So obviously that's not what is currently in the table, but we've heard now, in the same way that you have an updated position from the developers. So, and I think in light of that, it seems reasonable to make a change to the trajectory for the 5-year supply in that regard. But it strikes me that what would be sensible for us to do, just so that we minimise any changes on this, that we don't sort of commit here and now to particular changes, but say, right, well, we've noted that, we'll assess post the close of the session today, and then give you an updated document which has an updated position in, which reflects the comments that we've heard here today, and the additional points that you've highlighted in relation to clarification and production of further evidence on certain sites. So rather than sort of keep a running modification now, let's do it in a more formal, consolidated manner.
I just wanted to get some clarity on, there was just a difference of opinion. Thank you. We've done 12 to 13 Hutchinson Gates. It's a 9 in the 5-year supply, total of 69.
Yes, so as noted, this site forms part of a wider strategic allocation, extension, which is currently being built out. My understanding it's the same builder. Bloor Homes are building the strategic extension, and they have promoted the land south of Hutchinson Gate, which is HO13. We did have a pre-app inquiry, that was back in 2022, but that demonstrates a commitment from them to build out.
So just build on what Andy said. Engagement we've had with Bloor Homes throughout the plan process, they're really keen to progress this site now. So they're going to be looking to progress as quickly as possible moving forward.
The pre-app was 2022, but you've had subsequent discussions with Bloor since then?
Yeah, through the local plan as opposed to a formal pre-app, yeah.
So does it meet the criteria of a 5-year supply site?
Yeah, we're confident we'll be able to get information from Bloors that confirms their intent for delivery and what they're doing at the minute and the build out of the current site they've got on there. So very, very confident in terms of bringing that forward.
We've been told. Let me just make a note, sorry, just bear with me.
Oh yeah, do you know it's like this?
Okay. HO 14, Taft Salad Limited at Gower Street.
Yeah, in terms of the site, engagement to date with the owners of the business has been, it's been their expectation and intention to relocate. So it's a site that's well located within the urban area, near to St George's, so lots of local facilities and opportunities there. So in terms of residential delivery, it's a very good site to bring forward. There's been lots of development history within the area, so we've seen sites come forward over recent years. So this led into that mix, into that residential community. But we can seek some further clarification from them about that.
Yeah, that would be helpful. You've got it being delivered within this years 2 and 3, the 5-year supply, but there's no planning application submitted yet. Okay, we've dealt with 15 and 16, the Arga site.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I had my head down, Mr.
Yeah, you had your head down in the schedule.
Sorry.
As we all have. Just a couple of points. Just on HO 13, I appreciate that they're saying that Bloor Homes have done work on the local plan. That's fine. Lots of people have as part of the local plan process. And again, if they are looking, I would like that evidence of where that application and timescales is coming from when they provide the additional information to justify its inclusion in the 5-year housing land supply. And just in relation to HO 14, again, year 2 delivery. I mean, it's an active employment site with a timber yard on it. So just that idea around, decanting where their alternative site is and how that's going to fit into a planning application, timelines and submission. Thank you.
Are you able to just address Council on, Councillor, just able to come back to Mr Moulton's point on the employment site and how that might affect, is it relocation of employment uses on that TAF site?
Yeah, HO 14 is an active employment site currently, is it not?
Yeah, TAFS is a local builders merchant, so in terms of the relocation, what we'll address is information from them about their intentions around relocation and what that programme looks like to help inform when the likely planning application would come forward. So that'll address Mr Moulton's comments.
So that makes it more difficult to be confident that 30 units will be delivered in years 27, 28?
Yeah, in terms of addressing the points, if we then need to look at if that needs to be pushed back in terms of the trajectory, we're happy to do that.
Sorry, thank you. The Arga site, 60 units.
Yes, so we've been actively engaging with a local house builder, that's Shropshire Homes. They own the site. They have done for a number of years. That involves Historic England. We've recently issued a very positive pre-app response, which Historic England also support the principle of. the company, Shropshire Homes, have completed the flood modelling because, as you'll note, we had a previous appeal which was submitted for non-determination. I think as an LPA, we were supportive of the scheme. It was UNESCO who cited some concern, and hence why we've gone back to the start effectively. So Historic England have consulted UNESCO, so it's to get them on board at an earlier stage. So we hope that they can support the scheme now. Obviously, the numbers are a lot lower than well, not obviously, but the appeal was for up to 100 dwellings. It was a full application. One of the reasons for a refusal was unknown underground archaeology, which has sterilised a part of the site, which is why the numbers are lower. And the summary of that is that Shropshire Homes have advised us that they'll be submitting an application in August or September this year, which therefore means the 60 dwellings delivered in 28-29 will be deliverable.
Is this new build or conversion?
It's a new build. There are two gateway houses on the site that are being extended, but they're already in residential use. So I think they're separate as well. They're not included in the 60. They're an extra two.
Sorry, sir, just building on Andy's comments. I think in terms of the location of the site, it's very well located within the urban area. It's a very desirable area within the Ironbridge Gorge, within Coalbrookdale. And in terms of the house builder we're working with, they've got a very, very good track record in bringing sites forward in the borough and across the kind of region. So they are a kind of sub-regional house builder, but they've got a very good track record in terms of bringing units forward. So we're very confident in that respect.
Is I mean, slap bang in the middle of the 5 years. I mean, given that submitting a planning application is this year, intricacies of the site development, is it realistic that it all be completed in year 3?
I think in terms of the work that's been done to date, a lot of the kind of issues have been resolved and dug into, if you excuse the pun. But if there's any slippage in the programme, it's still, we're confident it still would be within the 5-year supply.
Okay, 17. So, Vassy Court. You've got, this is only for 5 dwellings in 5-year supply and 45 dwellings in total. What's the situation regarding this site?
Yeah, so in terms of this site, taking a cautious approach in the 5-year supply, it's the same local landowner that owns HO6 as well, so they've got a good track record of bringing sites forward within that area. It's well connected in terms of Wellington, so achieving the connection for the site and bringing the site forward we don't see as being a particular issue. Deliveries at the back end of the 5-year supply period, so we can provide any further extra confidence information that you require as part of the exercise we're going to do. That's fine.
And when is the planning application expected?
We'd anticipate the planning application coming in probably in the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Moulton, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Just on HO17, just going back to this ASO2 site assessment work, obviously there's been a lot of, through the stages of the assessment, there's been a lot of to-in and throw-ins on potential access points and how it being quite constrained and getting through the various areas, and then sort of the final kind of area is could be served off Avondale Road, where with a sub 50 unit development could be deemed appropriate. And I suppose it would just be good to get some sort of clarifications on the access point into the site, because when you, I mean, I admit I only looked at it at Google Earth, so I'm sure you obviously know it much better than me, but there's obviously, yeah, it's just the roads and how it lays out and how you actually physically get into the site. Just be interesting to clarify. Thank you.
You help us with that point?
Sir, perhaps I could help on that. Me again, sorry. I represent McPhillips Construction, and they developed in conjunction with Taylor Wimpey the land.
Oh, sorry.
They represent, they did the development of off Vasey Court with the extra care facility. They've got a controlling interest to get into that site. We've had meetings with the Highway Authority who've agreed the capacity of 45 dwellings off that access. They're there to bring that forward. I think we've had pre-application, I wasn't involved in them, but they had pre-application discussions with the council historically on this site, but it was considered premature at the time. I think they may well even look to do a 100% affordable housing proposal there, but they are a deliverer. As far as the other access is concerned, I can't speak to that. Looking at it, I think that would probably be an issue. I think maybe it would be an emergency or possibly cycleway connectivity, but I think the capacity of 45 reflects what the Highway Authority have agreed coming through Vasey Court. If that helps, sir.
Thank you. And that would be points that should be picked up. If council accept those points, they should be picked up in the column. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for that. HO 18, the old railway line at Church Ashton.
Yeah, sorry, do we cover that earlier on, sir, with the discussions?
Have we done that one?
It was one of the two sites that the gentleman who's had to go. It was one of the two Church Aston sites, isn't it?
Sorry, just to confirm, so it's the site that is next to HO3, so those two pieces of land.
Supply site. HO 19. So this is a site, 41 dwellings outside the 5-year supply, but just outside it.
Yes, so we had an application as noted that was withdrawn in 2023. Well, it was 2024, it was February 24 it was withdrawn, but it's 23 reference number. Yeah, at the minute, it forms part of the council's green network, but that's obviously changed. That's been reassessed, and it's deemed that the land no longer contributes to the functions of the green network. It's quite an extensive area that covers the borough, and there are certain pieces of land that speaking honestly, probably don't meet the bill. So we have, over the last plan period, we have permitted some schemes in Green Network. We just felt that in 2024, it was before the Reg 18 stage, and it was too premature.
Okay, thank you. HO20, Brandon Avenue, Shorebirch.
Yeah, so we've had a pre-app on that one. That's council-owned land, and it would be developed by the council.
Yeah, just to add that that's a council-owned site. The plan is for it to be built out by the council's wholly owned housing company. There's been a pre-app public consultation, and a planning application is due to be submitted in the next 2 months. And then it will then be for PRS, so it'll all be built out in one single phase, and all completed at one time. So it's not reliant on market sales or anything in terms of the progress of delivery. It'll all be done in one phase at one time.
Okay, thank you. Land at Park Road, Dawley, HO21.
Yeah, this is a site that's owned partly by the council but partly by Homes England. The site is currently being marketed subject to planning. I think it's envisaged that it would most likely be a 100% affordable housing scheme.
So this one is one that will be expected to be delivering in 26, 27.
Yes.
So what's its planning status now?
It doesn't have a planning approval at this point in time. Be a sale subject to planning.
Sorry, so just to build on what James has said, I think in terms of the site, that's one we'll just go back and look at the position of that in the trajectory in the 5-year supply. We can go and reassess that.
And it might move right. Okay, thank you. HO22, the former Bush Hotel.
Yeah, so the former Bush Hotel is a vacant site in Hadley, in the borough. So very well located within central Hadley. It's a site we're working on. We have a list of stalled development sites in the borough, and that's one of the sites that's on that list. So we're actively working with the landowner to try and bring that forward. And part of that is encouraging and getting the planning application lodged and getting that in. In terms of numbers, that's at the back end of the 5-year supply. So we've got an officer that's dedicated to looking at and bringing forward the stalled site. So they focus their time on that effort of engagement with the landowner. So we're confident we can bring that forward.
What was the reason for the withdrawal of the scheme in, it's a long time ago now, 2013? You said most recent residential proposal withdrawn in 2013.
I don't have the information to hand, but we can find that out and provide that if you like.
So just to update that, I don't need to know the detail of why it was withdrawn. It's just whether it's down there. I just wanted to know whether there's any significant that might affect its delivery, given that it was withdrawn. Accepting that was time ago.
Yeah, I think we had another one like that earlier. What we'll do, we'll just check it, and if there's anything that we need to draw to your attention from there, we'll do that. But if not, we'll just sort of add a comment to say no additional information required.
Okay, land at the southern side of Waters Upton, HO23. This is not a 5-year supply site?
Yeah, the site is very well located towards Upton, just to the southern end of the village. It's close to the shop, pub, and not too far from the local school, so that's just a little bit further south on the road. There's good pedestrian access and links, and it's complementary to the development at Crudgington that's helped improve the infrastructure. Again, this is one of the sites where we've got a reputable local house builder, Shropshire Homes. They're actively involved in bringing the site forward, so we're confident that's going to come forward in terms of the trajectory. But we can check with them whether they've got intent to bring it forward any sooner.
Thank you. HO24, land at the junction of Hay Street, Tiverton. So, Mr. Milton, is this one for you? Let the council speak first, and I'll bring you in. Thank you.
Yeah, so the site at Tiverton, Tiverton's one of our key settlements. So it's had it's in a lot of activity, development activity over recent years. The site's very well located to the village. And the village has got quite a lot of services there, so school, shop, pub, also play and recreation grounds. So in terms of providing extra development within the rural area in a sustainable location, we feel this is a good location to bring it forward, and I'm sure Mr. Bolton from Boningale would agree on this one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely agree. Tiverton, great location. Obviously, one of those rural settlements which we've previously spoke about as needing growth and investment. So that's positive, and agree with the council. I'm pleased to see that there's been an allocation for Tiverton, proposed allocation in the local plan. However, I do note this is the only allocation proposed for Tiverton. And then that leads us into some of the issues with the site, unfortunately, which I don't want to be saying, but I have to. And that's that basically, when the site was assessed, it was always assessed using Hay Road to the west as the access. And again, through the site selection work, you can see the narrative with the Highways Authority officer about what would be a suitable level of development, and it becomes very low. And what happened after, as Boningale developments were representing the site through the local plan, they actually submitted an application in 2024, and unfortunately we had to withdraw it because of some issues around access and things like that. So what we did manage to do through that application process was secure a suitable access supported by the Highways Authority off Cherrington Road, and that required highway improvement schemes along Bobberston, Bancross roads, pedestrian improvements to the local primary school, and passing bay improvements to Cherrington Road. So to access that site effectively, you have to go from the north and provide a series of mitigation packages to access into the site. And then I think also what I'd like to raise is in those comments, the Highways comments stating long-term viability of the bus service is at risk of being reduced or potentially lost altogether. And it provides a genuine sustainable travel option towards Newport and Wellington in the site's rural context. It is essential that this service is retained and accessible for users. And as part of that, Boningale again agreed a Section 106 agreement for £88,000. So they were happy to do that, along with bus improvements, education. So the site is ready to be delivered as quick as possible, which is reflected in the current land supply position. However, we can't access off Hay Lane. We've got to go through Hay Road. We've got to go through the north, and to deliver the infrastructure works and the 106 works, we need to increase the allocation further south, and we consider that it should be increased to circa 85 units to allow the viability and the site access to work to deliver the site.
But that's beyond the proposed site allocation. Is that within the site allocation?
No, so there's 25 units allocated, And we're saying that we need to increase this allocation as a main modification to enable the site to be delivered to bring forward the benefits to the rural community.
But isn't that effectively an emission site?
It's about, I suppose what I'm saying is the site as it currently stands can't be accessed for 25 units. So the quantum of development needs to be increased to deliver an access into the site.
So the information before us is that it's a site for 25 dwellings. It's in the 5-year supply with, in a year's time, nearly, 20 units will have been delivered. What's its current planning status?
Well, we withdrew the application, so it has no planning status currently until the viability side's worked out.
And you've said that it can't be accessed for 25 dwellings?
Not off Hay Lane. Yeah, so you have to go to the north along Cherrington, and because of the amount of works what needs to be done, the access improvements can't be delivered off a 25 dwelling development.
So it's not, 20 units aren't going to be delivered in 12 months' time then?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the sites we need to go back and look at in terms of its position in the 5-year supply. So it might be that we knock it back. Happy to go and have a look at that. That's fine.
I'm not having a good afternoon, am I? I've heard the information, so I've flagged that up. If you want to come back as part of the look at this table and tree and updating information to help us, that is fine.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
But just to be clear on Mr. Milton's point, it's not the council's position that that site should be extended, is it?
No, sir. That's correct. And the access arrangements for an 85-unit scheme, which is what was going to be considered at that appeal, is innately quite different to, a 25-unit scheme. So just flag that as well.
The question is that allocation as it is proposed developable?
Yes, yeah, we think it's developable. Obviously, the 25 is a number. If the application comes forward for potentially lower than that, but that might flex a little bit. But yes, we think that's developable.
But Mr. Moulton said it can't be accessed. So, Mr. Moulton, you said it can't be developed for 25 units, or it can't be accessed through its currently proposed access for 25 units?
The allocation is saying that it should be accessed off Hay Road, which is not possible because of the geometrics of it. And again, that's reflected in the highways comments in the site assessment reports. So because Boningale Developments have obviously got an interest in the site and are trying to deliver it, they spent the time and money to find an alternative way into the site, which has been shown to be achievable and is agreed on the application reference. It shows the Highway Authority agreeing that these are acceptable and it can work, but obviously the cost implications, along with the affordable housing, 35% in a rural area, education contributions, supporting the bus service, which is at risk of being lost. I mean, really, it's just about trying to deliver that growth to a sustainable community village. which is what the plan's trying to achieve, but it just can't be done under the quantum of development proposed in the allocation.
I think the council needs to come back to us on this, because at the moment I'm here. Well, the information before us is not going to happen in that trajectory, but I'm also hearing that there are some difficulties around 25 units being accessed. So I need to be satisfied that it is an appropriate allocation, that there could be a way of accessing it at some point.
Yes, so we'll obviously go away, look at this, and provide you appropriate references in the documentation that we've already got that considers these issues, and you know, in light of the comments made, we can consider as well as part of that whether this should be an allocation for a smaller number than the 25 that's currently proposed.
Okay, thank you. The car park adjacent to the police station.
Yeah, so this is a site owned by the council. It's a sort of it's a car park, but it's not marked out. It's so it covers quite a large area. We will looking to bring forward a small application whilst maintaining a car parking provision that is required. There are a few constraints on the site, but as I say, it's a very small scheme. We are looking at some form of sheltered or a supported scheme, but under C-free use. So it'd be sort of bungalows or a small level of apartment units for specialist and supported accommodation.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you. HO26 land to the south of the old vicarage. So yeah, if you could just respond to me on that point generally, and then Ms. Carpenter's got a question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we HO26. HO26 is a site at St George's and along St George's Road, so very well located. There's probably a modification we might need. We suggested a modification around the site, and the issue with the site was that we had feedback from Sport England between the publication version and the submission version around the need for a bull strike assessment. We contacted the developers and asked them to provide that information. So just to kind of be on the safe side in terms of the submission version of the plan, we suggested a modification that might take the site out. If we get the bull strike assessment from them, and we'll be chasing them up shortly, that means we will have the information to satisfy Sport England that issue has been potentially met. In terms of its location, it's very well connected to the urban area and a very nice, desirable location. So I don't see any problem with the site coming forward at all. But it was just the bull strike issue that we're trying to resolve.
So, two issues: the planning status then, not yet resolved because of the Sport England issue, but there is not a planning permission. There's not a planning application in. So is it? Why would it be a 5-year supply site?
Well, when we get confirmation around the bull strike risk assessment, we'll also seek confirmation about intentions around planning delivery. So we'll refresh that as part of the overall exercise.
It could be that you look to modify it to delete that as an allocation. Is that what you're suggesting?
Potentially, if we can't satisfy Sport England, but it could in theory come forward as a windfall site or for smaller numbers, depending on the bull strike assessment findings.
Just seeking if we could, trying to understand, sir, madam, whether there's any, we can give you a likely time scale on when that ball strike work is going to be completed, because that, it's sort of, you know, if that comes back positively, then that seems like quite a reasonable time scale for that site, given the scale of it, being it within the 5-year period, because that's a sort of outstanding planning issue, and obviously the fact that there's somebody working on that demonstrates developer interest in bringing it forward. But if that work goes the other way, then obviously has implications the other way. I don't think we actually know when we're expecting to receive that, so that we'll chase that and try and give you an update on that point.
They're usually resolved by big screens on it, isn't it? Big nets on it.
There are a few ways you can do it, but basically, because you have to factor in to account, when I've dealt with this issue in other parts of the country, how good the people playing cricket are. Yes, and how far they're going to be hitting it, and then what the ambitions of the club are in terms of what level of cricket they want to play at, and therefore what quality, and all of this stuff. But where it gets you to is big nets, but depending on the size of the nets, then that has other implications as well, obviously.
I have dealt with this matter elsewhere. Thank you.
Actually, that was my point, was the ball strike point. I was going to say, is this an example of one where you might want to flag that as a site-specific issue, but it's in hand, clearly.
Thank you. HO 27, which is the little dessert shop at Bratton.
Yeah, so this is a smaller development site to the north of Bratton. It's very well connected to the emerging site SC1, so for the Bratton Sustainable Community. We're going to be engaging with the site owner, because I think we need to just have a reassessment of when that might come forward in the 5-year supply period. But because of the size of the site, the location, it's a very desirable area, lots of interesting kind of housing delivery in that area, and obviously with a sustainable community coming forward, it's going to make it a more developable site.
So, no there is an outline, is that right? No. Oh, yeah, there was an outline, yeah. Withdrawn. So it may not be year 1, but you're suggesting it will be within the 5 years. Yeah. Okay, right. HO 28. This is, well, right at the back end of the plan period, isn't it? Is there anything you want to say on this? I don't have any particular questions. It's not a 5-year supply site.
Just in terms of the site, it's the Hadley Brick Quarry. So as they've been extracting clay and working the site out, they've gradually over the years kind of reduced the size of the site and delivered different phases of residential development. We've been in contact with the site promoter and they're keen to discuss the potential to bring it forward in phases. So it might be that just in terms of the back end of the plan, probably they might look at bringing more than the 15 units forward in different phasing. So that's one just to sweep up in terms of the general exercise we're doing with the sites.
Okay. HO29, the Long Barn Stables Equestrian Centre. 15 dwellings. What's its planning status?
Yes, so HA29 is located in Chetwynd Aston. The site has been allocated as a suitable brownfield site, previously developed land. In terms of bringing the development forward, we've had informal pre-app meetings with the developers. And in terms of further work with the landowner, they've now got a housing developer signed on as an option agreement on the land as well.
Thank you. So again, that's updated information which is helpful to the process. So that will need to be updated. Land south of St Michael's Church at Lillishall.
I think what I'll do is bring Andy Williams from Advanced Planning on to talk about that site.
So yes, that's one's down as 10 dwellings in the third year of the supply. I can confirm that the owner lives next door to the property. He's had experience in delivering development immediately to the east of the farm there. He was only asked me the other day when he can get this thing moving, and I did say we've got the inquiry coming up. We haven't made a pre-app inquiry on this yet. We haven't made a planning application, clearly, but we intend to do that as soon as we possibly can, as soon as we get an indication of which way this plan's moving. I don't think that should have any issues for delivery of such a small site within the 5-year period. It's definitely the intention to bring that forward.
Developers in Telford and Wrekin are very well behaved, aren't they? Normally, don't developers put planning applications in as soon as the local plan is submitted?
So I think it might just be me by the sound of it. I think I've missed a trick, haven't I, really?
Okay, land at the Badham factory. Again, not a 5-year supply site. You're just able to tell me what the position is there. A very small site, 10 dwellings. I don't have any particular questions.
Yeah, it's within the urban area of Telford, so it's close to Hadley. Very well located site, provides an excellent opportunity for infill development within that community and new dwellings there, sir.
Thank you. Land between HO32, land between Hartbridge Road and Beverley Roundabout and Oaken Gates. The
site's located on the former Walker Tech, so used to be part of Telford College. That's now been regenerated and redeveloped with some housing at the back. This is a further extension to that site within the Oaken Gates area. And it'll be brought forward by the same developer as the rest of the site, yeah.
Site, sorry?
As the former technical college at the front has been redeveloped for residential development, with some housing at the back.
But no planning application yet?
Not yet, but we'll sweep that up in the exercise of contacting developers and seeking further clarity in terms of their intentions.
HO 33, land opposite Shawbirch Public House. Again, I don't have any questions for it particularly. It's not in a 5-year supply. Small site. Is there anything you want to say about that site?
Not particularly, no. It's a well-located urban site.
And the public house at the former Cross Keys site, again, so this is only 5 dwellings, so a very small site. Is there a cut-off in terms of the allocations?
The cut-off is 5 and above.
Right, okay. So, the owner's confirmed availability, but by March 2027, 5 dwellings will be developed, but it's still within the 5-year supply. If that slips, is that what Council believes? Okay. And then Alston Lane, again 5 dwellings. I don't have that's later in the plan period anyway. I don't have any questions around that. Okay, so that completes the housing sites. So we're just going to move on to the mixed-use sites, and I'm just going to just go through the mixed-use sites where there's a housing component, and then Ms Carpenter will pick up other aspects of those sites. Is that right? So just looking at the housing element like we've done on the housing sites, if we look at Ironmasters Way, MU1, can you just tell us around that, and particularly on the housing aspects of it, because it's expected to have a significant early delivery within the plan period, to be delivered within the first 3 years.
Yes, this is land off Ironmasters Way. Otherwise, this effectively is our station quarter development. So if you came by train, you'll have walked through that development on your way here. Effectively, it's got an outline for 400 in total, of which we have a scheme which we're building out at the moment, which is 189 units. The 84 is effectively the apartment block that you'll have seen, which is due to complete later this year, and then the balance of the 105 is the townhouses behind it, effectively. So that's a development being built out by the council's housing company and Legal and General Affordable Homes. Yeah, and then sorry, and the final 25 is then is the is one of the last two development plots, which is the plot at the very end of the site overlooking the roundabout. That's been subject to a PE, but nothing further at this stage. We're just finalising the layout at the moment. Sorry, I said 25, 26, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn, thank you. Can we just look at the Blue Willow car park? 38 dwellings in the 5-year supply, and then going over into years 6 and 7. Could you just update us on the situation regarding the delivery on that site, please?
In terms of the Blue Willow car park, it's a vacant car park within the town centre, so it's been closed for some time, so it's available now, effectively. The site owners are own Telford Town Centre, so they're looking to bring a mix of development on the edge of the shopping area, and that includes residential development, so they're looking at potentially mixed-use development on these sites. In particular with Blue Willow, there's been engagement with a prominent local house builder around how that could come forward. They are Levels Construction, I think they've been having discussions with, and I think in terms of how that comes forward, we've obviously been conservative about when it falls within the 5-year supply, but because the activity that's been going on, we're confident it'll be delivered during, or it'll start delivering during that last year, the 5-year supply period.
Car park site at Lime Green, within the town centre again?
Yeah, same story. Yeah.
Okay. South Water Phase 2 is not housing within 5 years. Do you want?
I'll come back.
You come back. Okay, we'll leave that one for now. Likewise, South Water Way and the Wilkinson site. We just go to Mere Park, where you're expecting 38 units to be delivered within the next 12 months. Is that one where that might not happen, but it will be within 5 years?
Sorry about that. So there was an appeal that was allowed for a 74-bed care home, and that is where the 38 units come from because we've applied a ratio to convert. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, we've applied a ratio to equate that to 38 units.
Oh, right, okay.
So yes, we expect that to be delivered in the first year, which is 2020, by the end of 2027.
So the reference to an implemented planning permission, does that mean on the delivery information it says the site benefits from an implemented planning permission?
Yeah, that's full planning permission.
Right.
That's been implemented.
Implemented as in started?
Yeah, I think the understanding is it's not coming out of the ground, but they've done enough to implement the planning permission from a technical point of view.
Okay. So, right, thank you. So that's a run through for all of the sites in respect of housing and the housing contribution. So thank you for that. Oh, Mr. Molson, sorry.
Sorry, I just seeking just a small clarification how we finished HO24. So if we increase the allocation, we could include it in the 5-year housing land supply easily. I just want to make that point clear.
If you increase the size of the allocation?
Yeah, if we increase as I said, the quantum of the development is what's stopping delivery. So if we increase the allocation at this point, I can confirm that we can deliver it early in the plan period, within 5 years.
But that's not what is submitted to us.
No, and it's not been proposed. As I said earlier, we'll go away and look at this because of the comments that have been made. But if anything, that will result in a reduction rather than an increase in what's proposed there.
So it's now nearly 3:15. We'll take a break. We've run through all the housing numbers, and thank you for bearing with us as we run through those. So you've now got some work to do in terms of pulling some of that commentary, that evidence work together on deliverability. You now know what we're looking for across them. So thank you very much. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at 3:30.
Yeah, and what are you wanting to go into when we come back from the break? Sorry, the employment.
So it'll be just a few questions around the sort of the commercial aspect of some of the mixed-use allocations, and then also the employment allocations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thanks everyone. It's now 3:30. So just resuming. I'm just going to stay with the mixed-use allocations. Just a few points in relation to the sort of the other side of the mix of the uses. I mean, actually, really, what I wanted to do was just look at the table that's in the plan. So table 9 within the appendix on page 185 of the publication version plan. And there are 3 mixed-use allocations there listed that actually don't have any estimated housing numbers. Can I just ask the council for clarification? One of those, of course, is Mere Park, which is MU8, which we were just talking about, which, of course, is also in the trajectory to deliver some housing. So there's just a question, firstly, about consistency there and whether anything needs to be amended there.
Yeah, that's a tidying up issue I think we need to do now, because subsequent to when we produced the documentation, we've obviously had the appeal, so we need to just tidy that point up, I think, and probably remove that as a mixed-use allocation now.
I'm going to ask that if you think that actually no longer, yeah.
We'll check that and suggest a modification.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. And then in terms of the other 2 that don't have any housing shown, I mean, it's the same question, why are they mixed-use allocations if there's no housing anticipated to come forward?
Yeah, so in terms of the mixed-use sites, MU7 Telford train station, we are working actively with Network Rail around the redevelopment opportunities with the train station. There's no intention to bring residential development forward in that location, but more mix of town centre uses, and it's within the town centre area. So the intention there is to kind of have that flexibility around those uses. And in MU9, that provides the site's well located to provide a mix of commercial uses that could include retail as well as other types of commercial uses on that site. So that's why we've left a bit of flexibility there. But just to just to clarify, they are mixed uses but not housing.
Given they're in, or they would be in the plan as mixed-use allocations, in the event that an application came forward that did include some housing, what would be the situation? Like, could there be an expectation with that sort of mixed-use sort of label that actually some housing could come forward on those sites, and what would the council's position be then?
They're allocated for mix of commercial uses, so our position at the minute would be that that's the allocation and the principle of use on that site. So if it came forward for a residential application, I think we'd have to have a look at that, but at this point for the plan, for the purposes of the plan, we're not intending that to be the case.
I think this is probably a explanatory text type point. So mixed use here has been used in the sense of just literally that, a mixed use. It's not intended to connote housing and something else. It can be a mixture of use. So hence why those ones have nothing in the housing column, because the mixture of uses is a different type of mixture of uses. But I suggest we have a look at, you know, it's probably for the avoidance of doubt, you know, MU7, MU8, MU9, the mixed use is not for any housing. So, you know.
I think that probably would be helpful, just again for clarity and effectiveness, and of course not MU8 presumably, but yeah, you'll look at MU8. Yeah, okay, so that's helpful. And then just on the column heading, if you like, so the information that's there about the sorts of uses that would be expected to come forward on the commercial side. At the moment it says estimated commercial / town centre uses for all of the sites, sort of, so they all have that same label, and that's the extent of the information, and there's nothing else in the plan, I believe, in any sort of policy that elaborates on that. So my question is that information sufficient or clear enough? And in particular, some of those sites are within town centre boundaries and some are not. So that raised some questions in my mind about, you know, why, well, is it indeed the council's intention to support main town centre uses on sites that are not within a town centre? I suppose question number one. Maybe if I start there and see where we get to.
Yeah, I think in terms of strengthening the wording and providing a clear definition, we can certainly do that and look at that. And I'd take the point about the distinction between sites in the town centre and outside the town centre, and that might just be a nuance in terms of the wording that we can use to make it more effective. That's okay.
I think that would be helpful if that could be looked at, because it may be just stating the obvious, but it does have implications at a sort of decision-making level in terms of applying the town centre first principle, etc. You know, would a sequential test / impact assessment be expected on those sites or not? Are these being allocated? Yeah. So I think that would be helpful. Having said that, I noticed, I think I heard you say, in relation to MU9, which is not in a town centre, and is, I think, contiguous with one of the sustainable communities. Am I right that that's the land that's Home England? That's their site, isn't it? Homes England. You mentioned the possibility of a supermarket, for example. So I suppose it's the same question. Is that the council's intention? Because that is not within the town centre?
Yeah, it's, the site is within Homes England's ownership. And I think I was given an example of what could go on there.
But on reflection, perhaps, when looking at it, you were saying that there's a need to clarify. So does that logically lead to, in that case, it wouldn't be identified as having potential for town centre uses in that particular instance?
Yes, potentially. We'll go back and have a look at that and suggest some wording.
That's helpful, thanks. So I'm just quickly going to check through my questions. Give me 1 minute. Just as part of that exercise of clarification around the sorts of uses, another question occurred to me, which I just put to you. With the sites that are in, so I suppose this sits under the question of, is the information that's there clear enough? For those that are within town centres, would it matter, for example, so would it matter if the, I mean, I think I know what the answer might be, but I'm just sort of hypothetically putting this to you to sort of try and illustrate whether the plan is clear enough on this point. Would it matter in a mixed-use scheme, you know, sort of several stories, some housing, some commercial, town centre location, would it matter where in that development the commercial uses were, i.e. would you be expecting them on the ground floor? And does the plan does that need to be clarified, or is there enough elsewhere in the plan to require that? Would you get what you want from that information there?
Yeah, I think the information's clear enough in terms of there's the potential for commercial uses with residential. Within the policy EC6 for Telford Town Centre, that clarifies the point that ideally it would be, where you've got some of those mixed uses, you would have active commercial ground floor, active frontages in terms of what that could be. That's obviously kind of the flexible approach, I suppose. And really, I suppose we don't need to specify where within that development that would be. I think having a flexible approach, because the town centre and the nature of the town centre will be very much more welcomed.
And for the ones, for those that are identified as mixed use with an element of residential and some commercial, if a scheme were to come forward just for housing, so the opposite of what we were saying before, I haven't asked that already, I don't think, tired, what would the position be? Like, is there sufficient there, if you're looking for a mix, if only one half of the mix came forward, how would the plan deal with that?
Yeah, I think that's a very sensible question, and it is something we need to look at in terms of, again, something for clarity as to what is actually expected on these sites, and just ensuring that when you work through the various relevant policies, you actually get to the right place in terms of securing the types of developments that are supposed to come forward on the mixed-use site. So I think that's something we need to look at.
So I think that's really helpful. So I think that exercise will pick up all those points. So yeah, okay, that's everything I had on the mixed-use sites, unless there's there's nothing over there, which just brings us back to the employment ones. So I had nothing in specific in relation to EC1. I'm mindful, I think Mr. Burrow has been waiting patiently. Am I right that you are promoting EC2, EC3 and EC4, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And I've made a note here that you did have some points you wanted to make. Was there anything you did want to say in relation to those three? You made some points about design briefs and some more information, I think.
I think in general, sorry, Michael Burrow from Savills representing Barrett Redrow. I appreciate I've not spoken yet today. In general, the view of my client is to support the allocations, the location of the allocations, picking up on the comments discussed at matters 3 and 4 yesterday in relation to there is an employment need a need for flexible supply of employment uses and a plan which seeks to follow a hierarchy starting with Telford and then allocating growth to Newport. So all of those factors together, my client's in support of the proposed allocation and the location of the allocation. In terms of design brief, it's a point which really seeks clarification on whether a design brief is necessary for all allocations. Understand where mixed use or sustainable communities might be delivered over a number of different ownerships, and the need for a document which provides consistency and enables comprehensive development to be achieved. But on certain sites, smaller allocations, sites within a single ownership, whether a design brief is necessary as a sweeping tool on all sites or specifically directed to the larger mixed-use sustainable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Council wants to say in response to that.
The relevant development management policy here would be DD4, which deals with commercial and industrial design. And within that, there is not a formal requirement for a design brief, which is a word, or words rather, that appear elsewhere in the plan in relation to the sustainable communities. And has therefore a specific definition in those contexts, whereas here, for the just allocated employment sites, it would be a matter of testing them against policy DD4 and seeing if they meet with that. And it's a pretty prescriptive and lengthy list as to what it needs to do. The format in which somebody chooses to bring forward an application in terms of how they demonstrate compliance with that, and they may do that through something that you would broadly describe as a design brief, I mean, that would be entirely permissible, but I think we're comfortable that the level of detail in that policy is sufficient to provide applicants with the certainty they need when preparing an application. I mean, if there was a feeling there was something that needed to be added to that, obviously we're happy to look at that, but we're reasonably content with what's drafted there at the moment from a soundness perspective.
We'll certainly come back to the development management policies anyway in week 3. Just back to Mr. Burrow, does that provide you with some reassurance? I mean, there isn't a specific requirement for a design brief in relation to the employment allocations in the plan as it stands. That was certainly my reading of it as well.
Thank you. And I concur with that. I mean, the point which was raised in our representations was in relation to policy H01, housing allocations, rather than the employment allocations.
Okay, fair enough.
A point which, you know, I know the housing discussion has now passed.
Right.
It was housing related.
We might come back. Okay, all right, point taken. Thank you. That was possibly my misunderstanding. I did, just finally, I suppose, in relation to these employment allocations, and again, along similar lines, looking at the table itself, so table 8, and again, the column heading, estimated employment, that's the totality of information at present to indicate the sorts of uses that would be expected to come forward. I mean, well, firstly, a very small point, but those, I mean, it's to be expected that those are in hectares, but there's no unit of measurement. It might be helpful to do that, but that wasn't my main point.
I was looking at the what does estimated employment actually
Well, it could be jobs. It
Yeah.
could be, yeah. It's sort of concise to the point of, yeah. So, but I suppose more substantively, I mean, employment uses. I suppose I'm now looking at this, making assumptions because of all the conversations gone before. But again, I'm thinking about this from the point of view of the clarity of a plan user. Employment uses. I appreciate there is a definition elsewhere in the plan of what the plan takes to be employment uses. So that's those uses that go towards meeting that identified need that we talked about. So I suppose question one is that sufficiently clear? Does there need to be just a bit of clarification to make that clear? But then also, is it the case that in every single one of those 6 sites, and arguably the list is going to get longer because those other ones are coming in, does there need to be anything more? Does there need to be any sort of nuance site by site in terms of the types of use that might be supported or not? Now, I think I'm right in saying that some of those sites, so again, this sort of town centre versus not town centre point applies. I think I'm right in saying that some of those are in town centre areas and some are not. Is that right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so again, coming back to this distinction between town centre locations and not town centre locations, is it the case that some of those 6 are within town centre locations?
No, none of them
None
are
of them
in
are,
town
okay.
centre locations.
Okay, all right. And any of the others that are coming in, are any of those in a town centre location?
No, they're predominantly in Horton Wood and Halesfield Industrial Estates.
So there's not so much of an issue about town centre uses there?
No.
Okay, all right,
It
so
would
that's
be
helpful.
employment uses.
Yeah. But I suppose there's a sort of, the other side of that is, so if they're all outside of town centre locations, application comes in for Class E use. So the Class E gives you the office element. But of course could, because not development, flip to retail or a main town centre use. That is the nature of Class E. Is that a concern of the councils, and does anything need to be said? Is there a mechanism that could be used to deal with that?
I think just looking back at the TWO3 topic paper on employment land, which I think we touched on yesterday, that there is a breakdown within there of different types of use over the plan period, from which you get the global employment land figure.
Yep.
And so I don't think that document doesn't then seek to ascribe a particular one of those subcategories to any given site. But I think there's probably a clarity consistency point to make somewhere in the plan as to what the broad target is in terms of that split at the end. So some sort of wording as to the types of use that would be acceptable on those sites would be sensible, and then checking then for consistency with, as you pointed out, the definition that's provided elsewhere in the plan of employment uses.
Yes, indeed. And I think, but my point as well was around this question of, so let's say you get a permission is granted for Class E use on one of these sites outside of a town centre location. You've then got a Class E permission, and because of the nature of Class E, that could morph into a town centre use, does there need to be a mechanism to control that?
Well, you could control that by way of condition
Yeah.
on any given planning permission, and if we added in some clarity to at an appropriate point in the plan in relation to the types of development that will be acceptable on those sites, in the first instance, that would provide you then with a plan basis for the imposition of such a condition.
Yep, absolutely.
So I don't think we would necessarily need something explicit in the plan that said, and you will put a condition on, but if you make it clear what the applications can be for, that then gives you the justification for doing so.
Yes, yes. I mean, would an indication within the plan for clarity of the type of mechanism that could be used in those circumstances be helpful?
Yes, potentially, and just cognizant as well of had a similar discussion in some ways yesterday at the very end of the day in relation to HO7 and the reference to, is it useful to add something in that says this will be done by section 106
Yep.
at an appropriate point in the supporting text or something we can consider here.
Yeah, something like that. It's really just perhaps to indicate to applicants ultimately that's the route it could potentially go down. Yeah. And it's probably worth flagging that this is probably something we may well be coming back to in relation to some of the development management policies as well. And but I particularly wanted to raise it in relation to the allocations because some clarification text I think there might be useful as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I fully understand the point.
Yeah, fantastic.
We'll address that.
I'll just quickly check my list, but I think I'm done, so give me just a sec. Yep, that's everything I wanted to raise, so it's back to Mr. Warden.
Okay, we're going to just move on to the two questions that relate to, well, question 44 and question 45. But I think question 45, I don't now have any particular points to make or any questions to ask. That's about the, do any of the site allocations have specific requirements that should be listed in policy. We discussed it this morning around the way of being able to have some potential informative information attached to the kind of the appendix with the list of allocations, and you're going to look at that. So I don't have any questions further on that point unless anybody else does. No, so I think we've dealt with question 45. Question 46, you've dealt with that this morning. You want to come back to 46? No. So we've dealt with 46 in a way those would be carried forward. So that just leaves question 44.
Kind of the point that Mr. Burrow was making.
Which was that?
Oh, so the point that Mr. Burrow made about design briefs actually related to the wording of HO1.
HO1, yes.
Which is question 44.
Yes, yeah. So question 44 is the overarching housing allocations policy. And our question was around, are the requirements within the policy justified, sufficiently clear and unambiguous? Now, can I just check that are you suggesting any modification to HOU1?
Yes, there is just one modification, but it's more a point on a technical error, so just changing...
On the appendices?
Yes,
yeah.
appendices.
Yeah. I mean, that may change depending on the final format of the plan anyway, but that's the only potential change.
Yes, that's the only change we made on the submission version of the plan.
Sorry, this is just me, in essence, thinking aloud, but checking quickly with the council. I think we probably need to propose further modifications here, just looking at the way criteria, or paragraph 1 of policy HO1 says, is currently drafted. It says, contribute towards meeting the housing requirement. Housing site allocations are proposed as set out in Appendix C. Well, they're not, once the plan's adopted, they're not proposed, they are just allocated. So it's slightly odd terminology to say we're proposing to allocate, whereas actually what we're wanting to do is allocate them.
That's not the only one in the plan. There's, when we come on to next week, there's one that says existing site, and it means existing site in the adopted plan. I think it's the employment site of the sustainable communities. So, yes, they will need to be updated in light of this becoming the document. Yeah. So, yes. So was that the only possible suggested modification, Mr. Humphries?
I'm sure I can come up with more, sir, if you would like.
Well, an action could be that you wanted to look at that wording. We don't have to go through that now.
Yeah, I think it's probably, given the importance of it as a policy, just give it another check. But obviously, I think that's the first time I've been told off today, so I'm doing okay. I think we're going to have a look at that anyway, so we will do so. But obviously, you've got a question here, and were there therefore particular concerns, comments, observations you had in relation to the justified, sufficiently clear and unambiguous elements of this policy that you wanted comments from the council on?
We don't want comments. We raised it because it had been raised and because we thought it was an important policy, that the wording needed to be right. Yeah, I'm aware, and Mr. Burrows has got his nameplate up. I'm aware that there are a number of representatives who, some of whom are here, some are not, who have referred to the potential modifications that they consider should be made to policy HO1, and we can hear from Mr. Burrows. And sorry.
Do you mind if I just? I don't know if I missed. It was about the typographical error. Is it Appendix C reference? This should be Appendix A.
Yes.
Right. Yes. That was all my clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. So we don't have any particular points to clarify on it. You're going to go away and have a look at it anyway in terms of the wording of the policy, but Mr. Burrows has got a reference in relation to design briefs.
Yes, I suggest rather than hearing anything further from us at this point, we hear what Mr. Burrows and Mr. Moulton have got to say, and then we can chip in if needs be or take it away with our thinking hats.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Burrows, I'll start with you.
Thank you. In terms of the points which were raised in the representations on design briefs, it's already been touched on in terms of seeking clarification for the need for a design brief for all major housing developments, or whether it should be restricted to the ones which are the largest sustainable communities, the ones which transcend different ownerships, particularly in terms of infrastructure delivery. But there is a side point to that in terms of whether there's an intention through this plan to redefine what a major housing development is. I only say that because paragraph 9.7 talks about allocations for sites for 100 plus dwellings, and it's really a clarification of whether 100 plus is being considered to be major in this context, or whether it's making a different point. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Burrows, could I just ask where the reference, the reference to the 100?
It's in the supporting text in 9.7.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Burrows, is that what I think? What is it that you, if you look at the 100 plus dwellings, what is it that, are you seeking clarification or seeking a change?
Apologies if I didn't make it sufficiently clear. In policy H01, there's a series of criteria for planning applications for individual major housing developments to meet. So a large bulk of policy H01 is to do with major housing developments. And then in the supporting text of the policy, it suddenly starts talking about sites of 100 plus dwellings. And it's whether there's an intention that 100 plus dwellings is a major development, or whether it's just talking about a subset of housing allocations.
I think the point has also been made by David Wilson Homes, who aren't here, are they? No. So David Wilson Homes have also said, do Part 2 requirements, should they only apply to developments over 100 units, in that are they onerous for sites of 10, 11, 12 units?
Yeah, we understand the point, and I think this is something that needs to be looked at for clarity. And I'm thinking again back to HO7 yesterday, the modifications that we proposed in advance of the hearing sessions, and as we went through yesterday, were quite clear as to, right, 10 plus it's this, 50 plus it's this, you know, over 500 plus it's, and you don't have the similar sort of clarity here, and there is potential confusion between the supporting text and what's said in the body of policy HO1. So we'll look at this and consider what would be appropriate wording.
Not wanting to put you on the spot or cloud your thinking, but is it the intention that section 2 does apply to 10 plus to all major developments, or is it that it might apply to a higher level but it's not just being articulated? If you might not know that yet, you might need to just consider that, and that's perfectly reasonable.
So yeah, I think this is probably something, before giving you an answer now, it'd be sensible for us to discuss internally as the council team, and then revert to the examination with them with proposals, or at least at an early stage a suggestion as to what we're trying to do, and then give you something more detailed as to how we would do that. And I think the well, I'll let Mr. I was going to say, I think other people have made other points as well which potentially need looking at in terms of the wording of policy HO1, but without saying what they are. I'm conscious Mr. Moulton's still got his stick up, so might be about.
If we just pick up the other point that Mr. Burrows made about design brief, have you understood the point that Mr. Burrows made about design brief?
Yes, because in one of my previous, I think when I responded to Mr. Burrows in relation to employment sides, I'd referred to HO2, where there's a particular meaning of design brief, and I think there needs to be clarity that clearly your requirements for what you would be expecting for the sustainable communities versus other major applications wouldn't necessarily be the same. And so given if this, terminology therefore needs to be set out in a clear way that it makes clear what exact type of applications it's applying to, and so the use of the word design brief might need to be refined to ensure that there is clarity within the individual policies as to what is actually being referred to.
To be clear that this policy applies to the sustainable communities? I don't know.
But I think HO2 would be the specific policy which would, in essence, have all of these things and more and specific detail. So again, we can look at that and see whether or not that's currently clear on the drafting or whether something needs to be added in that regard.
Because the new, because the new sustainable communities follows in another section, but it might not need to be clear that HO1 doesn't apply. There's HO1 and HO2 are standalone in that respect.
Again, we'll look at both of them and see how they sit alongside each other, or rather don't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moulton.
Yeah, I can keep this short. Appreciate the council are going to have a review, but yeah, it's about that threshold. Like, is there a threshold or is there not? And then it's just the wording around identified need to work together. For example, it's just clarity. Does it apply to outline or full applications? And then obviously looking at points A to G, a number of those are covered off by the specific development management policies. So I suppose it's just that relationship between specific policies and what's quite a generic policy, what's currently worded, to my understanding, to housing allocations.
There was also a reference, and I can't remember who made it, to criterion I think it might have been Wayne Holmes through Stantec, around, there was a question that they asked, which I didn't completely follow, but I'm not here to outline, but you just might want to look at it, look at their representation when you come to look at the policy. It was around that the entire site will comply with all of the relevant planning policy and local plan. I think they were not clear what that meant, because their argument was that they may not be using the word entire appropriately. I think they were saying that a development might not comply with the entire local plan, but that's different from the wording in here, and they're not here to explain. A different wording in terms of what, maybe the word of entire site might be what's causing the problem. It's like University Challenge here, isn't it? No conferring.
Well, no, classic. Yeah, I'm conscious that what my opinion on anything doesn't actually matter. Is what the council's position is. So rather than getting too excited and starting talking, need to confer. I think the intention here in relation to I is that, because this policy would apply to potentially sites where a proposal comes forward in stages, so you don't necessarily get an application that covers the whole of a given site in the first instance, and this is to seek a degree of security that the earlier phases or the initial phase, whatever it may be, you have a degree of demonstration at that stage that when what comes forward later will, i.e. the entire site, will then still be in compliance with the development plan.
So the later elements, so requirements not left to later elements and then not delivered.
Yeah, or what you bring forward first in some way prejudices what happens later's ability to do things that it might need to do, so that thought has been given to how the totality of the site can be brought forward in a way which complies with the relevant policies that you would expect for the whole site.
So when you're looking, if you're looking at this, you might want to just see whether that wording needs to be clarified in any way. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't have any more questions. So that brings the end of that session.
Right. Felt like we were still in full flow there.
Well, sorry, no, carry on.
No, I think everybody else wants to go home, sir, so I'll stop talking.
Okay, well, we're going to have an admin catch-up just to go through the action points. People are welcome to observe it, but we're just going to sit here and go through the action points so we know what each party has to do, particularly the council, because they've got more work to do than us. So thank you very much for your contributions today. We are not sitting tomorrow, so we resume on Tuesday when we're dealing with issue 2 of this matter, and we're looking at the sustainable communities. So enjoy your weekend. If you're coming back next week, see you Tuesday. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.